Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From Cleburne, Texas, just southwest of Dallas, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from La Moderna Field and the home of the Cleburne Railroaders, it's the third of 4 games between the Washington State Cougars and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the broadcast booth in Texas alongside my fine color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo. Well, welcome to the weekend. Another gorgeous, warm and sunny day in Central Texas. Iowa looks to work towards a split of the series today after dropping games 1 and 2 to Washington State. Aaron Savory gets the start for Iowa, boasting a 2-0 record with a 1.59 ERA. The Hawkeyes also make a few lineup changes in hopes of finding a bit of a more consistent offense as we head towards conference play. Washington State, with its 2-8 record, they counter with a left-hander, Nick Lewis, today. Iowa's fallen to 3-5 in the early season, aiming to get back to 500 before conference play begins next weekend at Rutgers. It's Washington State and Iowa, the Cougars and the Hawkeyes, live from Central Texas and La Moderna Field with first pitch coming in a bit. It was a back-and-forth affair yesterday, but ultimately, Washington State came out on top 7-4. The 2-0. Wolf hits down the line and left, and that's going to tail away from the left fielder, get down, and one hop off the wall. Risley's around second, headed for third. They're going to wave him. Here comes Risley. The throw to the plate. He is safe. And it's an RBI double for Caleb Wolf. Runner takes off. The 2-2 is a called third strike. Throw down to second base. Got him! Strike him out. Throw him out. Dan Rogers piped it all the way down there, and it's a double play to end the top of the second. See if Cade can find the zone here. Iowa leading 1-0, top of the third. Pitch from Obermueller is lined right to Andy Nelson. He leaps up, makes the catch, flips it to second for the double play. How about that? 1-0 pitch to him is hit high and deep to center field. Center fielder turning back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Off the batter's eye in deep center. And we're tied. A beaming bomb. Lined right back up the middle and through into center field. Mitchell's around third. Coach Bo's waving him. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Caleb Wolf gives the Hawks the lead. It's 3-2. Now the count's 2-2. Big spot late in the game. Shepard set from the belt. The pitch to Wolf. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. Wilmus is around third. He'll score. Caleb Wolf does it again. His third RBI of the game. 2 runs for Washington State in the 7th and another one in the 9th proved to be the difference as Washington State beat Iowa 7-4. The Cougars with 7 runs on 13 hits. They played clean defensive baseball yesterday with no errors. Iowa 4 runs, 10 hits. And 2 errors defensively for the Hawkeyes. Each team left on 11 runners yesterday. It's just Washington State collected the big hits, the timely hits when they needed them. Griffin Smith got the start for them, went 5 innings, gave up 3 earned. Obermueller the start for Iowa, 6 innings, 3 earned runs. He had 7 strikeouts. Caleb Wolf, he had a strong showing yesterday. The only Hawkeye with multiple hits. He went 4 of 5 with 3 RBIs. He'll join John Evans right after the break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Hawkeye infielder Caleb Wolf. Caleb, thanks for joining me, buddy.
Of course. Happy to be here.
So, obviously, we didn't get the win yesterday, but another good day at the plate for you. 4 hits. What's I guess, talk to me a little bit about what's the biggest difference between the community college at bats and the adjustment you've made here in the first couple of weeks at Iowa?
So I'd say the biggest difference is just the pitching. I mean, knowing what guys have is obviously usually a little bit better stuff than you see at community college, but just going up there with a good approach and trusting what we've been training on since August is the biggest thing, and I think that's why I've been having success so far is that I've had a good approach and trusted it all the way through.
Yesterday, in one of your at-bats, I talked about how good your bat-to-ball skills were, and then he kind of threw the bat and rolled one up the middle, and it was just kind of like, thank you, man, that was great. But how do you develop that? How's that been for you? Or, Are you more of a power hitter guy, at least a gap guy, or you like just the contact and hit it where they ain't, so to speak?
I definitely would not consider myself a power guy. I'd say I can drive the ball to the gaps in certain situations, especially if I'm looking for it. But I think being consistent and trying to stay up the middle is what's always been the best for me. I would say I've always had good hand-eye coordination. I've played a lot of football with my grandpa growing up, and we worked on stuff like that, so I think that's paying off right now. But I think the biggest thing is just being able to stay in the middle, be on time, and trust my plan and my approach every time I go up there, not trying to do too much.
I kind of led off the first question with the transition from community college to the University of Iowa. So from West Liberty, went to community college. Kind of what was your route out of West Liberty, and how'd you end up back here in Iowa City?
I'd say my route was really just finding a home that felt the best to me. I'd say when I went on my visit down in Burlington, everything clicked. It felt like a smaller community like West Liberty was, and it felt right. And then from there, my coach down there just said, if you're good enough, they'll find where you need to play in the next level. And that's how I ended up back here. I didn't really worry about it too much at my time down there, and I let everything fall into place.
So a lot of you hear the coaches talk about it a lot. Control what you can control.
Yeah, control what you can control. Go out there, be your best self every day, even if things aren't going right. Try and be a great teammate. Always look for the positive aspects of it, and hopefully things fall into place for you.
Did you feel any pressure with your dad, or was it just kind of let you find your own path and do your own thing?
I think, yeah, it was kind of letting me find my own path. I mean, my dad obviously playing here, that was my goal right out of high school. It didn't work out, but I never gave up on the dream. Iowa was always my first choice, and I'm glad to be back here.
So what did he have? Does he have now any good pearls of, hey, here's maybe what you do here? Just as you get used to the life, it's a different deal. We've been on the road now. We're coming to the end of 3 weeks, and we've got one more to go.
I think the biggest thing he always said is just do what feels best for you. Like, he was my high school coach, so he was always helping me out on and off the field with life. But then once I went to college, he kind of let me figure it out on my own, listen to my coaches, and he would always be there to give me the guidance I need or give me some extra encouragement if things weren't going right for me, and I feel like that helped out tremendously, just him always being there for me. And my mom as well, she's always been super supportive of all my decisions, and I think they've been very good supporters of me.
So you talked to me about, we're going to get off the field a little bit. You talked to me about getting to, there was a football game. You ended up Notre Dame. You ended up getting to, how did you get to that from Southeastern?
So we always had to do fundraising to raise the money to go on our southern trips before we started conference play. And so in the fall, we would go work at Notre Dame football games, and we would drive on a charter bus. They would send a bus for us. We'd drive there. It wasn't a very short drive, but I feel like that, days like that where we worked Iowa football games, Iowa State football games, and Notre Dame, they built a lot of toughness with getting up early, going and doing good hard work in the mornings throughout the day, having to deal with some people who might not be in the right frame of mind depending on how the game went. But I feel like that was a huge thing of just being independent, learning how to grow in the real workforce, and just showing blue-collar work.
Well, I look forward to seeing you continue your blue-collar work here. It's been fun getting to know you a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Caleb Wolf, Hawkeye infielder. I believe he's in the starting lineup again today, so go get it done, buddy. All right. We'll be right back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stolke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Game 3 of the series with the Washington State Cougars down in Claiborne, Texas. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Keller. Coach, just a tough game yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of positives. I thought that we did about as good a job as we've done all year with our pitch selection and not chasing and, dominating the zone like we try to do, and it just was one of those weird baseball days where we weren't rewarded for it. We hit 5 balls over 100 where, the expected batting average on those balls was over 600 to 900, and we got nothing, and then I thought maybe we'll get a bleeder to fall, and we had bases loaded, and Reese Moore hits a bleeder down the left field line that goes 3 inches foul, and they had one of those days on offense, Washington State did, where literally weak contact hits all over the place, and they did a phenomenal job with the short game. The one inning that probably cost us the game, they bunted 3 times in a row. The first 2 bunts, pretty much indefensible placement, so tip your hat. But then, unfortunately, the third one was a bad bunt right back to the pitcher, and we were going to get the force out get the lead runner at third, and that ball got launched, and tough to recover from that one when you're trailing by a run or so. Anyway, on the mound, Cade Obermueller, he gave us a quality start. Some bad luck, like I said, got him with. I shouldn't say bad luck, because what the lesson I talked to the guys about today is like Washington State, they are 100% committed to their 2-strike approach, and they go. And they battle and contact matters, and anybody that tells you it doesn't, is wrong. And because of that, they didn't punch out in some situations, and CNI single, keep an inning alive, and then boom, they hit a ball hard, and it's right in the sun, and we misplay it, and understandable. Right in the sun, but that was our day. But it went their way, and the baseball gods didn't look down on us. But for the most part, it was a much better day than the day before. From a mistake standpoint and a mound standpoint, Anthony Watts didn't have a great outing, and that hurt us. But Brant Hogue came in and kept us in the game, gave us a chance to come back. We had late inning rallies and just fell short. Line drive caught, Gable Mitchell, bases loaded. Gosh, it was just so close. And I'm guessing if you're listening on the radio, you got to feel for that with your with your words. But I mean, if you were watching it, it was just one of those days, one of those crazy, weird baseball days that you just got to wipe away and come back and hopefully play well today. I mean, we made way less mistakes, but let's just say it this way: the ones we did make were costly, and they did cost us. And we didn't win the last 3 innings. We got beat 3-1 in the last 3 innings, and when that happens, it's tough to win close ball games. And we just have to continue to get better and take every lesson that we can from the losses. And I think we did a good job as a staff of handling that in a positive way and putting the learning moments out there. And that's all you can do.
We talked a lot about Washington State's identity to start this series. Coach, if you had to specifically detail this team's identity, the Iowa Hawkeyes of 2025, what do you think of the couple things that stand out for your identity for this team?
Well, I don't know that we have that yet, John. What it needs to be, if we're going to be a good baseball team this year and have a chance to compete in the Big Ten, it needs to be stellar pitching day in and day out.
Okay.
Stellar defense day in and day out. Scrappy offense that will do whatever they have to do to score enough runs to win. And at times you've seen that. You've seen the stellar defense last weekend, no errors in 3 games. You've seen stellar pitching last week, 2 runs in 30 innings. But it's never going to probably be that great. I mean, that was a phenomenal weekend, but it's got to be somewhere closer to that than we have been the last 2 games, if that makes sense. The guys that threw Thursday, that was not good. I mean, we had no shot if that's how we're going to pitch, and those are going to be the guys that throw the midweek games. For the most part, the guys that we've been using on the weekend have started to settle in a little bit. We needed a better outing out of Watts yesterday, and I think that game would have been different. But we're close. The one thing that makes it even more challenging with the defense, when we put our best defense out there, we're really good.
Yeah.
The problem is there are guys that aren't hitting in that group, and so you're playing guys that either aren't as good defensively to get their bat in the lineup, or you're playing guys at their second position to get guys bats into the lineup. And when that lineup that's out there yesterday, I mean, that's not a great defense. I mean, it has to be better. It has to be better than maybe what we were yesterday. But we didn't make an infield error, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, that's the challenge is how do you do that? And then here's the other thing. I mean, let's just get it out in the open. I mean, we have 3 guys that we thought we would hang our hats on as the 3 run producers for this team, and those 3 guys right now are 2 for 30 with runners in scoring position. And if they're each one only has 1 more hit or 2 more hits with runners in scoring position, we're probably 5-3 or 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. I mean, the rest of the offense has been, in my opinion, better than what we thought it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, we have guys that are really playing well and maximizing the things that they do. But we have some guys who are really not coming through and not doing a whole lot for us right now. And that was kind of the slap in the face for all of us because we didn't expect that. And unfortunately, we're getting into game 9 here. I mean, there comes a time when other guys get a chance.
With the bright spots that you're picking up on, Coach, you get the good defense one day, the great pitching another. Do you sense that your team's close? They're on the cusp of putting it all together at the right time?
Well, I mean, we did. Last week we did pretty much the whole weekend. We haven't done that yet this weekend, so I don't know. I don't know if close is the best way to phrase it. I mean, we're always close. It's just the consistency to do it on an everyday basis. And when you have a team that is filled with a bunch of guys who've never been through this before, unfortunately, there's a learning curve with the accountability for every single pitch, which you heard me talk to the team this morning. It's every pitch. Either you're on time or you're not on time. Either you're locked in and anticipating what's going to happen or you're not. And that's 160 pitches every single game. Every one of them matters. Every one of them is important. And unless you get to this level, that's not the way it is in high school. That's not the way it is in some places. You can just live through it. In Division I baseball, the line between winning and losing every single day, no matter who you play, is so small that every pitch the entire season matters. And getting a group of guys to actually experience that, see that, and then for us to figure out who are the 9 guys who can be accountable to do that every day, there's going to be some blips as they figure it out. And that's what I told them this morning. The job that Washington State did the last 2 days, and you're talking about a team that's 0-8, and you saw elite level commitment to what they do. They know who they are. They don't deviate. They don't change. They play it as best they can. They battle with 2 strikes. They do a great job with the running game, the bunt game, running the bases. They do what they need to do to give themselves a chance to win, whether they do or don't. And that's what we need to come to grips with. We need to be able to be that team that I just talked about a minute ago, day in and day out. And it's a day when the day it doesn't happen is when you and I are down here talking, and it's like, wow, it's been 14 games, and that's the first time we've seen that. Yeah. You know, it can't be every other, every 2. I mean, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge for any staff with a group of new players, regardless of their age.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show. Coach, before we let you go, the pitching plan today. Aaron Savary will get the start, and then tell us about who we expect to see come out of the bullpen.
Depending on their lineup and what their lefties are doing, it might be right to Ben Dete or it might be right to Dan Wright.
Okay.
Yep.
And they've got to be just about out of pitching, don't you think, Coach? We've seen some of the same guys in there a couple games in a row.
They're bullpen guys, but their starters are going to be Lewis, the left-hander today. Not anything that we're going to sit out here and talk about crazy stuff, but he's going to be lefty, upper 80s, 3 pitches, try to get you to chase at the bottom of the zone. If we are as disciplined as we were yesterday at the bottom of the zone and laying out those pitches, and we get an umpire that's not calling it below the zone, that could really hurt us today. I mean, if we're not getting, if he doesn't have to throw it at the true bottom of the zone, this guy's going to give you trouble, because then you're going to be forced to try to swing at it, and then you're going to be looking at a lot of bad contact. But our job is to control what we can control, and that is lay off the bottom of the zone, make them elevate, and get our best swing off.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's take it to the Cougs today.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from La Moderna Field in Claiborne, Texas. Iowa looks to get into the win column this weekend. Game 3 of the series coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game as a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth pregame ahead of today's game between Iowa and Washington State. The Hawkeyes looking for their first win of the weekend after losing 12-7 on Thursday and 7-4 yesterday. Iowa now 3-5 in the early season. Washington State 2-8. Okay, time to welcome in my broadcast partner, John Evans. John, a couple of keys to victory today. Hawks need one.
You heard this morning, social media kind of goes crazy when Kirk Ferentz drops the "That's football" reference. Mm-hmm. Well, this morning we heard Coach Marty Sutherland drop the "That's baseball" reference. Iowa hit 3 balls yesterday over 100 miles an hour with an expected batting average of 720 plus.
Yeah,
they all turned into outs, including one from Gable Mitchell there in the 8th inning that would have changed how the game panned out. Iowa needs a little bit of luck. They're a team in desperate search of having a little bit of luck, and because they can't really change what they're doing. You know, they've got to be true to who they are. They've got to trust the training that they're on the right path, and this isn't a chuck it all out the window and hope you figure it out again next week. It's make some little tweaks. Reese Moore hits a ball that wasn't 105 miles an hour off the bat, but it's 3 inches foul, and if that ball lands fair. So it's just, get some good things. Keep having quality at bats. You heard Coach Heller talk about, the swing decisions, the swing decision score, and the runs created metrics were 2 of the best they've had all season long. But yet only got 4 runs out of it, and that's where Coach Sutherland dropped the that's baseball. You love it and you hate it at the same time.
And that's the same thing that Coach Heller said yesterday as the guys were getting off the bus back at the hotel. Just yesterday's game, the Hawks just got beat. There were a couple of key moments in the game. We think back to the 4th inning yesterday when Washington State bunted 3 times in a row. Once Iowa made a mistake there that definitely brought around some more pressure from Washington State. But the other times, the first 2 bunts in that sequence, the coaching staff had said, hey, those were great bunts as it is. They were probably going to be hits anyway.
Right. They were fantastically placed. You can critique how Iowa defended it, which wasn't 100% great. But because they were such good bunts is why you had to defend perfectly as well. The third one was really a terrible bunt. It was right back to Cade, and Iowa didn't defend it very well. Mm-hmm. But the first 2 were in a good position. Maybe Caleb Wolf should have dropped back. Maybe Andy Nelson on the second one should have charged forward. But again, because it's in a perfect spot, because the Cougs kind of embrace this is who we are. We're pretty good at this short game thing, and they really showed it there in the 4th inning by putting pressure on the Iowa defense.
Iowa at 3-5, you look at the 5 losses, and that's what Coach Heller was alluding to a little bit. Okay, 4 of the 5 losses, you can pretty much pinpoint what Iowa did wrong. Didn't throw enough strikes, gave up too many free bases, things along those lines that helped the other team win. Yesterday did feel like a game that, hey, just Washington State won that one. And the Hawks just got beat yesterday, which we're probably saying for the first time this season.
Yeah, it doesn't make it a ton easier to swallow.
Right.
And I guess the hard part for Iowa is there weren't a lot of free bases from the walk standpoint. There were 4 walks. There were 2 hit by pitches. So, you're 6, you're a little high there. There's the air. So, maybe not the traditional free bases. And I think the worst part from an Iowa perspective is they all pile on at the same time. Iowa walked 10 guys last week at Stetson and won the game because they're stretched out. Mm-hmm. When you kind of pile those on top of each other, that's when it really gets hard to deal with.
Aaron Savory will start for Iowa today. 2-0 record with just under a 1.6 ERA. Looking forward to see how Savory attacks this Washington State lineup.
Yeah, just an absolutely beautiful day. The first day we had the wind blowing in, so it was really very pitcher friendly. Yesterday with a little bit more wind blowing out, still pretty nice, not a heavy wind. And today it's Chamber of Commerce Day here, and so it'll be up to Aaron to attack the zone. But as we saw yesterday, and one of the things that Washington State did exceptionally well was, they attacked the outer edges of the zone. One of the things that got Anthony in trouble was when he got ahead, he ended up coming right back over the middle of the plate instead of, maybe, I'm critical at times when we over nibble too, but the middle of the plate is not the place to miss when it's 0-2, 1-2, and he paid for that. And Washington State was really good at just continuing to pick at the edges and forcing Iowa hitters into weak contact.
Offensively for Iowa today, channel the frustration.
Well, channel the frustration, but trust what you do. If you walk up there, we talked a little bit yesterday with how the strike zone was wide. If you just go away from who you are,
that certainly isn't going to work.
Yeah, you're not going to be very good at that either.
All right, we'll step aside for today's national anthem, take our final break of pregame. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
Iowa and Washington State, Game 3 of this weekend series down in Texas coming up in a moment. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa is the away team today, the visiting team, and so the Hawkeyes will come to the plate in the top of the first inning. This is the lineup for the black and gold this afternoon. Ben Wilmus will lead things off and play left field. Gable Mitchell, the second baseman, will bat second. Miles Risley out in center field, bats third. Middle of the order today for Iowa, Caleb Wolf at first base. Jackson Beeman batting fifth in right. Dan Rogers, the catcher, will bat sixth. And here are where a couple of the changes come in to the lineup today for Iowa. Cooper Schulte, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Connor Hennings is the DH batting 8th, and the starting third baseman this afternoon is Ben Swales. He will bat 9th. Starting pitcher today for Washington State is Nick Lewis. He is a left-handed pitcher for the Cougars.
Left-handed starter. He started against Arkansas and UCLA, 8 2/3 innings, 10 hits, 6 runs have all been earned, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Does give up some damage, those 10 hits, 5 doubles so far, wild pitch hit batter as well. Fastball is going to get up there in the mid-80s. He'll throw a curveball primarily to the left-handers and a changeup primarily to the right-handers. So 3-pitch mix, but especially the right-handers will see kind of the fastball changeup mix. And so really important for Iowa hitters to stay disciplined, stay off that low changeup. They'll just kind of beat it into the ground because Lewis does a really nice job keeping it at the bottom of the zone.
Iowa offensively, typically a good, disciplined team, and this will be a test of that today, as you were just talking about, John, with that changeup and the floor of the zone.
And we'll see a little bit of the same approach that we saw yesterday. I guess I owe umpire K.O. Smith a little an apology. We saw the TrackMan report, and at least according to the TrackMan report, the strike zone, college baseball, we talked about calls that wider strike zone. He may have hit a couple of those. He hit a couple of them out, but and again, I think the most important part of it yesterday was he was consistently wide. He was reasonable to both teams, which we knew through the game. But you heard Coach Heller mention it in pregame. It'll be really important today if Lewis is able to get to the bottom of the zone and gets maybe a little bit below the zone from the home plate umpire. That will really play into his strengths of being able to get Iowa to beat it on the ground and get some easy outs.
Iowa has a lot of speed. They can manipulate the short game, but we just haven't had any opportunities to do that so far this weekend. We'll see if this game presents those opportunities.
Well, we heard that in Scout this morning, but I think you've got a couple guys that aren't bunting threats, but I think you'll see more of the guys up and down the lineup give that a shot.
All right, Ben Wilmus is in the box. He swings at the first pitch and drives it into left field. It's down for a base hit. Kicks over the left fielder's glove. He can't locate it. It's off the wall. And Wilmus, on the first pitch of the game, is in with a stand-up double. Good start.
Good start there. Absolute rope. Over 100 leaving the bat. And again, looking and hunting for that elevated fastball and getting after it.
Batting second, the second baseman, number 2, Gable.
Iowa yesterday didn't have a ton of opportunities to bring runners home, but right away, Wilmus out in scoring position and Gable Mitchell, the batter. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Lewis is set. Here's the pitch. Mitchell bunts it right back to Lewis. Lewis turns towards third. Instead, he'll go to first base to get Mitchell. Wilmus advances to third. I think Gable was trying to do what we've talked about a couple times this weekend, get it past the pitcher, but Lewis came off the mound and was able to grab it.
Yeah, and a good job there because, Lewis, the left-hander, falling off to the third base side. Gable was maybe a little bit more up the middle than he wanted to be, but still did the basic job of getting the sacrifice across.
That brings up Miles Risley. Takes a pitch low and outside from Lewis. Risley sort of carving out his place in the lineup in this top half of the order. The 1-0 catches the outer edge for a strike. Risley batting third for Iowa in the third consecutive game this weekend. A ball and a strike on Risley, the center fielder, batting .353. Here's the pitch. Miles hits it on the ground, left side. Backhand stop by the shortstop. He gets up, throws to first. He is out at first base. Wilmus comes down the line to score. 1-0 Iowa, but a pretty good play there by the shortstop Gavin Roy to get Risley by a fraction of a step.
Yeah, just a beat. You might have seen the Iowa dugout go to headphones. I'm not sure. It was close, bang bang there. You didn't see too much out of Tyler Cropley there at first base, so he was probably comfortable with it.
And that brings up Caleb Wolf, who takes a low outside strike to start his at-bat. Wolf was 4 of 5 yesterday. Very productive afternoon. So Wolf gets the start again today at first base. The 0-1 is called dead as Lewis dealt it anyway before Wolf was set.
And that'll be a ball.
One 0 Iowa in the early going. Wolf slices this foul. Lewis works quickly, doesn't he?
He does, and that was, Caleb is really doing a nice job of slowing him down, keeping his head down, not looking up.
Here's the pitch to Wolf. Ground ball left side. Roy spins around it, fields it, throws it to first, and Wolf is retired. But Iowa scores first, lightning fast on the double from Ben Wilmus and the ground out from Miles Risley that brings him home eventually. It's 1-0 Iowa. We'll bring you the bottom of the first after this as Aaron Savory heads to the mound. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Washington State comes to the plate in the bottom of the first inning with the Hawks on top 1-0. Max Hartman, Ollie Obenauer, and Ryan Shawnsby will lead things off for the Cougs, followed by Griffin Myers, Logan Johnstone, and Gavin Roy. 7-8-9, Luke Thiel, Noah Thine, and Cole Watterson. Defensively for Iowa today, here's the infield left to right. Ben Swales at third base, Cooper Schulte the shortstop, Gable Mitchell at second. Caleb Wolf is the first baseman today. In the outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Jackson Beeman. Iowa's starting catcher today is Dan Rogers. And on the bump, getting the start, is Aaron Savory, the right-handed junior from Dubuque.
2-0 in the first 2 weekends for Aaron with a 1.59 ERA. He's thrown 11 1/3 innings, given up just 3 hits, 2 runs have all been earned. Has walked 8, struck out 16, as he was really sharp the first week, and then kind of battled his way through last week with a few more walks and things. But good start to the season for Aaron, and he'll look to continue that today.
Early run support for Aaron, with a run coming across for Iowa in the top half of this inning. Hartman is in the box, left-handed hitter for the Cougs, batting .378. First pitch to him. He shows the bunt and pulled it back. It is strike one.
It's the first game he hasn't bunted the first ball at somebody. Wilmus's ball was 108 off the bat to open the game.
Jot that down. That's right on cue with what Marty was talking about earlier today. Here's the 0-1 from Savory, is high with the breaking ball. Corners playing in for the Hawkeyes. Wolf over there at first. Swales left side at third. Savory out of the windup. The right-hander is ready. Here comes the 1-1. Just outside with the breaking ball. 2-1. Pitchers and hitters identifying what today's strike zone will be. Couldn't quite catch the corner there from Savory. Here comes the 2-1. Hartman slapped it foul, straight back. It's 2-2.
Yeah, good elevated fastball. Hawks talked about that in the scouting report today, too. 90 miles an hour up in the zone. Trying to miss barrels up high.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Savory with the strikeout and the little finger pistol. One away.
Aaron's kind of got that sneaky grit.
The edge a little bit, which we don't really experience from Aaron, do we?
No, he's very calm and quiet to us. But yeah, we saw, you see a team 4 times in a row. And I mean, I know we're in just day 3 here, but it got a little chippy toward the end of yesterday. And so.
One away for Ollie Obenauer, right-handed hitter for Washington State. Savory deals strike one on the outer edge. The Hawkeyes in their sharp black uniforms with Iowa spelled out in gold block lettering across the chest with the gold numbers on the left hip. Gray baseball pants for Iowa. Gold caps with the black bill and the black block I on the front panel. Here's a chopper up the middle. Mitchell fields it, throws it on the run, and a splits by Caleb Wolf at first base is just what the doctor ordered to record the out. 2 away.
Very nice play there. We saw Andy Nelson make one of those yesterday, but nice job from Gable. Hustles in there. Doesn't try to throw it too hard, but make sure he gets it on line and in the right direction as he's able to loop around and 2 quick outs.
Right, that's the key that you said right there, John, that he rounded it, got around the ball before he fielded it. Otherwise, it would have been an extremely difficult play for Gable to have to stop and then step and throw that over to first. So a nice play on defense by the Hawks. 2 away for Ryan Shawnsby. Washington State, they're wearing all-white uniforms. Cougars spelled out in a straight line in crimson across the chest. They've got silver numbers on the left hip, the front left hip. They're wearing white pants with crimson hats. Haven't seen a variation of Washington State's baseball hats this weekend. They've been the crimson hats with the white W on the front of their hats.
Might be all they have left after the longest they've been on the road.
Could be. Savory up ahead here. The 0-2 to Shawnsby is fouled off over to the left. Seansby, a left-handed hitter. He entered yesterday's game late, did not get the start. He did start on Thursday. First baseman for Wazoo. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Base is empty here in the bottom of the first. The pitch from Savary. This is fisted foul over the Iowa dugout to the left.
Yeah, it's part of the routine from the hitters that I've been watching yesterday. When they get 2 strikes, they look back around at the dugout. They slap their chest. It's that show and heart thing, I think, with 2 strikes.
0-2, just low. Good spot from Savary, and it's ball 1. You mentioned that yesterday, John, that they turn around and beat their chest, and you weren't kidding. It's an actual thing. It was not a figurative speech there.
No, and it's up and down the lineup, so it's obviously it's one of those things that as a team they do.
Mm-hmm. A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Savary. Ground ball up the middle. Mitchell on his horse. He dives, but it's through into right center field. A 2-out single for Seansby keeps the inning alive for Washington State. Gable was played over for a stronger pull, and Seansby hit it right up the middle.
Well, and you know, we talked yesterday, or we talked in pregame too, about Hawkeye pitchers coming across the plate with 2 strikes, and that's a 1-2 pitch that Aaron, it's in a beautiful spot. It's outside, just off the outer edge of the plate. It's knee high, and Seansby just does a really nice job, goes out and kind of flicks it through the hole.
We'll see Griffin Myers up now, left-handed hitter for Washington State. He's their DH today. First pitch from Savary is high and tight for ball 1. Haven't seen Griffin this weekend. Hasn't made any starts. He is 1 of 5 on the year with 3 strikeouts. Savary set with the 1-0. Here it comes. High above the letters, ball 2.
I just noticed on the scoreboard Washington State has an error. What is their error? It was a double from Wilmus. He didn't advance anywhere extra because the left fielder had a hard time with it.
And that is just on the scoreboard here. The official stats don't have that. So that's why we're going to struggle to find it. Maybe the misplay, but that was certainly going to be a double, wasn't it, from Wilmus?
He thought maybe the scorekeeper in the booth thought it was, he misplayed it, but it didn't allow for anything extra for Iowa.
2 balls, no strikes on Myers with 2 away, runner at first. Here's the pitch, low and in. Savary showing just a minor sign of frustration with himself there. Hasn't been near enough to the strike zone to get Myers to commit. And now it's 3-0. Savary deals. Inner third, strike 1.
Aaron's done a nice job attacking the inside part of the plate to try to keep these guys from diving out across the plate on his outside pitching.
Savary's 3-1 is lined on 1 hop to Schulte at short, who picks it off the turf. He takes it to second base himself, and a clean inning for Savary. Just 1 hit for Washington State. Iowa leads it 1-0. We'll bring you the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Jackson Beeman, Dan Rogers, Cooper Schulte due up for Iowa in the top of the second inning. Hawks up 1-0 on a beautiful, warm and sunny day in Central Texas. Pretty much just like yesterday. I think it's a little warmer today. The wind is blowing in and maybe over to right, but just a touch. I don't think it'll be a major factor. Not a cloud in the sky. And as we flip the calendar over to March, one of the most hectic times of year in the college sports world.
Oh, for sure. Beeman with 4 home runs on the year. I don't think that little breath of wind is going to bother him if he'd happen to get one.
Swings at this pitch, hits it high in the air on the infield. Obenauer shielding his eyes from the sun. He reaches over his head and makes the catch. Beeman is retired, 1 away in the second.
Just too high.
Just too high. Jackson, I don't know if I've seen him ground out this year. I'm sure he does, but
it's a strikeout or an elevated ball, it seems to be with Jackson.
That's right. That brings up Dan Rogers. Rogers, one of those hitters for Iowa on the way to improvement, I guess you could say. He's batting .200, but there's more in the tank there for Dan.
Well, again, a guy hit .444, and I know it's D3 baseball last year too, but you don't get that many hits by not knowing what you're doing at the plate as he takes that for strike 2.
Dan, one of those pieces that Iowa coming into the season was going to rely on offensively. The 0-2 is away from Rogers, the left-handed hitter, 1-2.
Lewis has done a really nice job landing his breaking stuff.
1-2 in the dirt. Good hang from Rogers there. Didn't go after it. That's that pitch that Coach Heller, Coach Sutherland have really been talking about. Don't go after that low changeup. It's close, but it's out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lewis, the left-hander, kicks and fires. Rogers got a piece of it. That's a good fight, good effort from Dan to stay alive. Fouled it off.
Well, on a pitch that you're just not sure. Is it, isn't it? But a good job there. Sometimes that's what lasting the at-bat takes, is fouling off a good pitch and getting one over the plate.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Rogers. The pitch is low and outside. The count's now full. This is turning into a good at-bat from Rogers.
Well, Iowa has had a lot of 1-pitch, 2-pitch at-bats so far in the game, so lengthened this one out quite a bit.
Full count. That's up and in. Rogers draws the walk.
And turned into a really good at-bat. You know, that's the grit that we heard Coach Sutherland and Coach Heller talking about, you know, showing that fight, showing that tenacity in the box.
And with 1 away, that brings up Cooper Schulte. I think fair to say Schulte's been a nice surprise offensively for Iowa. Batting .300. Takes a pitch low and outside for ball 1.
Yeah, he's done a good job putting the ball in play and obviously held a good glove out there.
9 hits in 30 at-bats for Schulte, 4 runs scored. Doesn't have an extra base hit yet. A couple of RBIs. Contact hitter. A ball, no strikes. Throw over to first base. Had Rogers leaning a bit, but he's able to get back. Not a huge lead for Dan over at first.
And with the way that Washington State's positioned, with the second baseman right behind the bag, that push bunt works here with the left-handed pitcher.
2 balls and no strikes on Schulte. I like where you're thinking, John.
Because if you can get that ball past Lewis, again, we saw Washington State do that exact thing yesterday. Gable Mitchell tried it. Get it past Lewis. You don't have to be precise at all.
Ooh. Inside strike called, 2-1.
Nope, you're not getting me today. I'm not doing it. I've turned over a new leaf. For my own mental welfare, I am not.
2-1. Schulte tried that. He tried to bunt it to the right side. He tipped the bat, though. Dropped the end of it and fouled it back. The idea was there. You could see him angling that way, but I'm afraid he chased a pitch that was going to be ball 3, and instead it's 2-2 now. Pitch to Schulte. Grounded off his foot. He'll hop around and make his way back to the box. I won't lead you down that path today, John. I mean, maybe we have a little bit of a gripe with with our little strike zone that we have over there then? Because some of those pitches yesterday.
Well, and again, thanks to Gabe and Zach for reminding me of the ellipse. It's the oval. It's not even really a rectangle, but the other, I guess the argument I'd have with how those are rated of whether they're strikes or not, though, is they look at all the pitches in the TrackMan world, and just because the umpire calls it 2 or 3 balls off doesn't mean it is actually a strike.
Schulte hits this into left field. That is down for a single. Schulte with his 10th hit of the season. Somehow he pulled that pitch that was a couple balls out, but he got out in front of it and turned on it.
Yeah, big looping breaking ball that he was out in front of, and I think just kind of cued it off the end of the bat, which was fortunate because then it doesn't get all the way out to Hartman in left field anyway.
1-out single for Schulte brings up Connor Hennings. Iowa's DH today. Pitch to Hennings, fouled it back. Hennings, 6'4" senior from Morgan Hill, California. He's been in and out of the lineup. Just 3 at-bats this season, though. 0-1. Inside, almost hit Hennings.
He was not given any ground. He was going to wear it.
Hennings, a batter for Iowa with quite a bit of power. The 1-1. Outside strike 2.
Yeah,
not really in Hennings' wheelhouse there.
No, and again, you got to think through how he's been attacking you. Busts you inside.
1-2 is high.
He busts you inside. It makes a lot of sense that he's going to go try to hit that outer corner. And that's where Iowa hitters have to think through the chess match. They can't be playing checkers while they're getting chessed out there.
Yes. 2-2 to Connor. That's outside. Too far this time, 3-2. Washington State has been, I don't know what the right word is, I guess predictable in their sequence.
Yes.
Just like you highlighted. In to out. Full count pitch to Hennings. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Fastball that was high. Hennings couldn't quite catch up to it. Could have been called a strike, though. Had to let it rip.
Yeah, it's probably ball 4. I don't blame him for taking a swing at it, but it's a tough pitch to get up to unless you're ready for it.
2 outs for Ben Swales. Runners at first and second. First pitch changeup in there for a strike.
And again, Lewis done a really nice job landing the changeup early.
Lewis set with the 0-1. Here it comes. It's outside. Swales stayed away. Ben is 4 of 7 on the season. Couple of doubles. One. Low outside edge. That's a strike. 1-2.
So now 3 changeups in a row outside. If you're Ben, you got to think, is he going to do that again, or is he going to try to bust the fastball on the inside part of the plate to keep me honest?
1-2. The changeup, low and outside. Swales swings and misses, and that will do it for the top of the second. The Hawks leave a couple of runners on. We'll be back for the bottom of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino Golf and Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. This has golf weather feel to it, by the way.
Where are you at in your golf game right now? That you don't do any of the indoor stuff, do you?
Not really. I did more this year because I have the golf trip planned later this spring. But then now I have new irons that arrived and baseball season started. And so I've stared at them longingly, and I've yet to hit them.
Do you have the itch? Are you ready to go?
Well, here, yes. I mean, the second we get back home, no. It'll be fine. And when we head to Piscataway next week, I don't think I'll have too big of an itch there either. But yeah, I'm ready for good weather. I'm not a winter guy.
Aaron Savory for the second inning will face Johnstone, Roy, and Thiel. First pitch to Johnstone. The left-handed right fielder is high. Did you have a good golf year last year once we parted ways in May?
No. I almost quit the game.
That's something I would say, John. 1-0 pitch from Savory. Inside, ball 2.
So I bought new irons, figured that had to be part of the problem.
Of course.
I took a golf lesson. And I was about to quit. Then Luke Dona, the head pro at Cedar Rapids Country Club, asked me if I wanted to go on this trip. I'm like, oh, crap, now I have to practice.
Inside from Savory again, 3-0.
And so now I'm back trying to practice, trying to get good again. I'm diligently exercising, and I'm going to make 2025 a better golf year.
3 balls, no strikes on Johnstone. The pitch from Savory is low. A 4-pitch walk to start off the second. You have some goals set, or just better than last year?
Not hate golf by the end of the year.
Which coming from you is a lot because you were a golf pro, right? And you have a long career in the industry.
So it's solid contact is what is the basics of it. Is do kind of like we talked about with the Iowa baseball team. Execute the process, and then the results will follow.
Gavin Roy, the batter for Washington State, right-handed hitter. Savory just about hit him. It was up and in. Aaron's missed on 5 in a row. Needs to settle in here. How does that work for somebody like you who has extensive history as a golfer, experience, long career and whatnot? How do you take lessons from somebody else? 1-0 pitch is a called strike, 1-1.
Because it's like anything. You kind of get into I'd say a routine, but when it's bad, it's probably a rut. And you need somebody else's eyes to kind of jar the needle, so to speak, and get you off that rut.
Savory's 1-1 is hit on the ground to third. Swales picks it up, throws to second for 1, over to first, double play. 5, 4, 3 gets 2 Cougs, and the bases are empty.
Well, that's big, and Swales pulled in a little bit, respecting the bunt possibility. Actually got to him so quick he had to wait for Mitchell and hit double clutch, but still made a great throw to Mitchell, who pivoted perfectly to Wolf.
I didn't know Caleb was that flexible over there at first base. I think if I did the splits like that, somebody'd have to come help me get up.
It almost seems like he's showing off now with it at this point.
I think we've had enough fun with Caleb. We could probably ask him if it's necessary to do that. But a good play all the way around the horn there for the Hawks. The 5-4-3 double play wipes the bases clean for Luke Thiel, who's a right-handed hitter in the box now. He takes strike 1 and then ball 1 from Savory. Iowa leading 1-0, bottom of the second. Savory from the windup pitches. This is bunted to third. Swales charging hard. Gloves to the bare hand. High throw is high down the right field line. And so Thiel will get there. I'd be surprised if they charge that with an error. What do you think, John? It'll be close.
They probably won't, but they probably should.
Think he was going to be out with a good throw?
He was out by a long ways with a good throw. But like they flashed up a hit already, so.
I don't think that the folks next to us in the press box have the live stats pulled up, so it's
called it a single.
Gave Washington State a hit there, as this is a neutral site series. So our SID, Sam Bosler, has been providing the stats for our games when we're the home team. So he statted yesterday. And then Washington State's SID, he statted on Thursday and is statting today. So he gives his guy the base hit, which is fine.
Well, like I talked about, nobody's angry that that's given a hit except for Aaron Savary.
Right. A ball, no strikes on Fine.
Because Ben doesn't want the error. The hitter wants a hit because he doesn't want to go 0 for 1 there. And it really only matters to Aaron deep down if this inning extends.
Right. 1-0 pitch. That's down the heart of the plate for a strike, 1-1. Iowa has the top of the order due up in the third when we get there. Currently up 1-0. Pitch number 31 from Savary. Here it comes. It's high and out. Throw a snap throw down to first base, but Thiel gets back in time.
Must have read that because he squared to bunt, which would lead you to believe he's not sacrificing. So, did he square to bunt and he was trying to protect his base runner? He wasn't going to bunt it, but he was just trying to create some traffic, but then the runners recognized the pitch out.
And it was a true pitch out, too, the pitch high and out. And Rogers had already broken out of his stance as the pitch was coming in from Savary. Savary's thrown 32 pitches, 16 balls, 16 strikes, needs to find the zone.
Yeah, he's been hasn't even been sharp, really, with around the zone.
3-1 is inside, and it hit fine. So a walk and a hit batter in this inning, and as well as a single. Puts runners at first and second. Now the walk was erased with a double play, but has not been a clean second inning. Fortunately, though, no runs across for Washington State yet, but with 2 outs, need to hold it there. It'll be the bottom of the order, Cole Watterson, who's done a nice job for Washington State this weekend in that spot. Savary checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball dropped in for a strike. Good start from Aaron.
Yeah, Watterson, like a lot of the Cougs hitters, right on top of the plate. Which, kind of goes to that theory of taking away the outside part of the plate. Pitch clock violation, or a violation on the batter.
Yes, how about that?
So it'll be no balls and 2 strikes now.
Washington State staff not happy about that. Head coach Nathan Choate on the top step in the dugout shaking his head.
It seemed quick.
It did. I agree with you, John. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Savary looking to seal the deal here in the second. Pitch from Aaron. Swing and a miss. Aaron gets the strikeout. And the Cougars strand 2. We'll go to the third. 1-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, Complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Top of the third inning in Cleburne, Texas, 1-0. Iowa on top. Wilmus to lead it off. He's only seen one pitch from Nick Lewis, but he gave it a ride to left with a double to start today's game. And Ben making his way to the box for his second at-bat. Lewis out of the windup, kicks and fires. Ben takes low for ball one.
Yeah, that's if you see a fastball across the middle of the plate, you may very well see a changeup down low next time.
Right. Exactly what happened there. 1-0 delivery. That's a strike.
Good changeup away there again.
Not kidding about Lewis's changeup. It's been the real deal so far.
Yeah, that's his plus pitch on the season so far.
1-1, low and out.
And he isn't afraid to throw it. I mean, every ball Wilmus has seen here has been that after Ben jumped on the fastball to start the game.
2 balls and a strike on Wilmus. Ben lines this into right field, and it is caught by Johnstone. He came sprinting forward. A sliding, diving catch.
And that is 106 off the bat again.
Would have been the theme of the weekend, huh?
It really has, and that's baseball sort of thing.
One away for Gable Mitchell. Mitchell fouls the first pitch that he sees off. Oh, 1. Mitchell pops it up. Shallow right. Johnstone coming in. Shifting over, and he makes the catch for the second out. Two away for Miles Risley.
Another breaking ball. You know, left-handers see the curve balls, but really does a nice job keeping that on the inside part of the plate to the left-handers too. So the big bender we see, like Whitlock, Savory, some of the Iowa pitchers that throw that too.
Then to get the fastball from Lewis. He starts it off for a strike to Risley.
But that's perfectly located too. It's not a pitch Risley can really do anything with.
0-1 is off the plate, 1-1. Downstairs, making it 2-1. The Hawkeye center fielder.
This umpire gets ready, man.
Yeah, everybody's got a sense of urgency today. 3 balls and a strike on Risley. One thing kind of noticing from Iowa so far today, making it a time through the order and making it through the second now, as the 3-1 is high and out for ball 4. Risley will take his base with 2 outs. Iowa's been putting the ball in play. Just a couple of strikeouts the first time through the order, but one of the keys that we didn't really talk about yesterday, Washington State isn't a great defensive team, and if you just put the ball in play, put some pressure on them, see if they make a few mistakes to help the Hawks.
Yeah, and one of the things he talked about was Lewis's stuff is he pitches well, but he doesn't have a pitch that he can just blow you away with.
Risley at first base. 2 outs for Caleb Wolf.
Now he's gotten weak contact from Beeman and Mitchell on pop-ups, but again, at least the ball is going forward, and you're able to stress the defense a little bit.
Couple of throws over to first base to keep Risley around. Wind is shifted a little bit over to left now. Again, not nearly as windy as either the first 2 days.
Hawkeye base runners have had a real hard time. They clean, they think they know what they see. Up and in for ball. they think they know what they see, but they aren't quite trusting that they need to go back, and then all of a sudden Lewis steps toward them and it's, okay, I got to hustle a little now.
And that's been a weekend-long deal, trying to get a read on these Washington State pitchers. 1-0 to Wolf. That's high for ball 2.
It'll be interesting here. Do you play a game 2-0 thinking he's going to get kind of a cookie strike and take a rip at it and send Risley?
The 2-0 fouled off over to the left. Ran that fastball up and in on the hands of Wolf. See if Risley stays put or if he's going. Washington State curious about the same thing, and so Lewis throws it over.
Much better read that time. He
Yes.
had a good break going back the whole way.
I like what you're thinking, though, John. Just to see. Be a little pressure on the base paths. The 2-1. Wolf fouled it off again. Over the Iowa dugout. 2-2 now.
Risley kind of took the vault lead, and I thought maybe he was going, but just vaulted into his secondary lead instead.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch is low and out. It's a little bit of a different delivery there from Lewis.
100%. Lewis thought maybe that maybe Risley would be going, and so he glide stepped instead of his traditional up foot.
Full count. Pitch is hit on the ground to first base. A spinner to Shawnsby, and he'll beat Wolf to the bag for the 3rd out. 1 walk, but that's it for Iowa in the top of the 3rd. We'll bring you the bottom half of this inning right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hartman, Obenauer, Shawnsby due up for Washington State in the bottom of the 3rd. So the top of the Cougar order. Iowa leading 1-0. John Evans and John Liu in the broadcast booth in Texas. Game number 3 of a 4-game set with the Cougars. We'll finish things tomorrow. First pitch is going to be at noon tomorrow, so a change from the previously scheduled start time, which was 11 a.m. It'll be at noon. We'll be on the air at 11:30 tomorrow morning.
Buy us an extra half hour of sleep or so.
We'll take it. Long day for us tomorrow. Our flight out of here is late.
It is late, and travel are always great fun anyway.
Hartman in the box. First pitch from Savary's outside. Hartman very clearly shaking his head, saying, nope, not in the strike zone, as if the umpire needed any help with that. 1-0 from Savary. Drop that in for a strike. Now he'll nod his head. Yep, that is a strike. 1-1.
How about the fact that it's March 1st?
Yeah. I've been talking about that with people in the office, in the sports information office. February, up and in. Savary hits Hartman. February flew by. I can't believe we're already into the 3rd month of 25. Plenty to go on in March. Obviously, baseball picks up, so we'll be busy. Conference play beginning earlier this year than any other season. And then March Madness with wrestling to go along with the basketballs.
Swales in at third, looking for a bunt here.
Seems like a pretty obvious bunt situation, especially considering Washington State's skill at that. But instead, Savory hits Obenauer up and in. And Obenauer gives Savory a glance. Savory seems a bit rattled.
Well, again, you've got hitters standing right on the plate, and when you're not sharp and you miss your spot, unfortunately, if your spot's in, you're missing in a tough spot here. So Sav's got to find his way to compete here and not create a problem, bigger problem.
Shawnsby the batter, first and second, nobody out. Pitch from Aaron, high and out. Savory pretty frustrated.
Yeah, and that'll draw Coach Kenny out of the dugout to slow this down a little bit. Aaron's missed up and in twice, and then up and away. So clearly, there's a pattern to the miss here too.
Well, and the other thing that I think we can talk about, Washington State, they're 2-8 on the season. They're pretty vocal for that. And I think they've got a little chirp element to them that Iowa needs to block out. Well, harder to do than to say to do, but need to block it out.
Right. I mean, it's if they speed you up or they force you to do something that you're not ready to do, then they've succeeded.
Yep.
I mean, then you've said, hey, we're the better team, but we're going to play at a different level because you've gotten in our heads, and that's not a good thing. Iowa has shown pretty good mental resilience this year, but Washington State's dug a needle in here the last day or two.
Ball and no strikes, pitch from Savory. Outside for ball 2.
Yeah, you're not about to get a call after you've done what he's done so far.
You're right. Couple of hit batters. Third one from Sav today. A little bit strange to go along with one walk. 1-0 Iowa, bottom of the third. Aaron's 2-0. That's a strike, 2-1.
Third batter of the inning, first strike is never a good sign.
Mm-mm.
That's not true. He threw his strike to Hartman, right? Before he hit him?
Nobody out. First and second for Washington State in the bottom of the third. Slow lob to second base.
Saves him his reset timeout by making the throw.
Aaron set with the 2-1, kicks and fires, strike 2. High strike call, we'll take it. Count even at 2 now.
Can I make a comment if it's about the other team and we were the beneficiary of it? So I'm certainly not complaining at all.
We'll take it. How about that? That's our code word, huh?
Ooh.
2-2 is the count now. Rogers setting up outside. See if Savory hits his spot. Long pause, the pitch. Runners are going. Pitches outside, throw to third. He's safe. They called him safe. Swales did not put his glove down to the bag. And Hartman slid under the tag. Swales tagged him upper thigh, hip maybe, and the foot got in there. The throw beat him by a mile.
Yeah, I don't know how he's safe there. I mean, he actually short slid, which was really interesting, but I don't. Yeah, there's no review. There's no way to do this. Boy, that's a tough break there. That's an out, and Iowa just doesn't execute again.
Got to put that glove right down to the bag so that he slides into it. The tag was high. Hartman got underneath it. 2 in scoring position now for Washington State. Nobody out. 3-2 pitch from Savory. And it hit him. My goodness. Bases are loaded on 3 hit batters in the inning.
going back to the play at third, you know where he's coming.
Mm-hmm.
He has to come to the bag. Mm-hmm. Don't go chase him. Make him come to you, put it at the bag, and he's going to slide into you at some point to get to the bag. And when Ben reached up for him, evidently, at least according to the umpire, he missed it and the foot got in.
Griffin Myers comes up. First pitch is hit on the ground to second. Mitchell throws it to second for one. Over to first. Got him for the double play. A run will score for Washington State. It's 1-1. And 2 outs now with the runner at third.
We talked about this yesterday in kind of Cade's mental lapse inning. Right now you do the best you can do here if you're Sav. Get out of this, limit it here.
We'll figure out the rest later. Savary has just not been sharp today.
No, we're at 51% strikes. Actually, that pitch makes him 50-50 here. And one of those strikes that's on the board was the time violation.
1 ball, no strikes to Johnstone. This pitch is low. Ball 2. Well, Coach Kenny's already gone out to talk to him.
Right, he's got to find it on his own here. This is his inning because there are guys in the Hawkeye bullpen, but nobody's coming in here. This is Sav for quite a few more hitters.
2-0. Outside and high, 3-0. Looked like he guided that one. Didn't find the zone. Runner at third and 2 outs. Aaron's 3-0 is on its way. Dropped in for a strike, 3-1.
One of the things Aaron's been better at this year is slowing the game back down for himself. But boy, he is sped up in a big way right now.
3 balls and a strike. Aaron's pitch is hit on the ground to first. Wolf has it. He'll put up the stop sign to Savary, take it to the bag himself for the third out. That certainly could have been worse. Thankfully, it's just 1 run that comes across for Washington State. We're tied at 1. We'll bring you the 4th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans have farmers yielding out an additional 2.7 bushels per acre over A Series. This has everyone talking, not just farmers. Case in point, a trucking company wrote, "Morning, noon, and night, it doesn't matter. I'm hauling Z Series. The phone doesn't stop ringing. Even my home number, it never stops ringing." Well, it's fair to say Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans are making quite an impact. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill up, pump it up with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. While we're at it here, before we start the 4th inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Middle of the order due up for Iowa in a tie ball game. Jackson Beeman, Dan Rogers, and Cooper Schulte will come up. Top of the 4th. It is 1-1. Beeman swings at the first pitch. High fly ball to left center field. Center fielder going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Beeman breaks the tie in the 4th with a home run on a high fly ball to left center.
Yeah, that was, you didn't have a get going, baby, on that one. It was 106 off the bat, but it was launched at a little bit higher angle than your traditional home run. Still goes 414 over that left center field wall. As we see the 405 numbers flashing at us. 414, he gets it over the wall, just like yesterday, immediately gives the Hawks back the lead.
2-1 Iowa. In the fourth, Dan Rogers will step in. Pitch to Rogers is high and out, ball one. The previous home runs for Beeman have been absolute no-doubters. That one I had to be sure, and I didn't want to be premature. Here's a ground ball left side. Backhand stop by Roy. He throws it to first, and it is in time to get Rogers. One away. Oh, man.
I think I need the review on that one.
Would certainly like to have it.
Couple of good plays from Roy at shortstop.
I tell you what, he's no problem with his defensive ability. He's not the one making the mistakes for the Cougars. He's made several nice plays this weekend. Roy, the shortstop for Washington State. Schulte sends it back up the middle. Bobbled by Obenauer at second. He'll pick it up and throw it cleanly over to first base. 2 away for Iowa now in the fourth. They had Schulte shifted well.
Yeah, Gavin Roy does not have an error this year, so the one guy that Iowa might not want to try to pick on infield is him.
Connor Hennings up with 2 outs. Swings at the first pitch and knocks it foul. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good change up from Lewis. Oh, 2. Low and out. Missed with the change up. 1-2. Beeman with a leadoff home run in the fourth has given Iowa a 2-1 lead, but since then a couple of ground outs. 1-2. Connor watches. Miss outside, 2-2.
It's kind of how the first inning went. We get the Wilmus double and move him along on a couple of ground outs, and the inning was actually pretty quick.
2-2, swing and a miss. Hennings down on strikes for the second time today. Just to support that point, John, Iowa gets a run, but pitch count-wise, very quick inning for Washington State. It's 2-1 Iowa. We'll bring you the bottom of the fourth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time. Oh, it's deflected. Intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully, down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
2-1, Iowa back out in front now as we're in the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be Roy, Thiel, and Thine due up for Washington State. Aaron Savory returns to the mound for the fourth inning. He could sort of turn the fortune of his start with a clean inning here. Through 3, just hasn't been the typical Aaron Savory that we're used to seeing.
No, he's even the inning he got the double play. It wasn't good. He put 3 runners on bases, and boy, he's hit. One point he hit 4 of 5 batters, so pretty difficult stretch there.
Roy bounced into the double play in the second. Iowa has turned 2 double plays today. Savary's first pitch is high, eye level.
I think 106 might be Beeman's softest home run of the season.
He's got one about 440 feet. 1-0 is a strike. Came in the front door on Roy. Beeman has been a nice addition to the power department this season for Iowa. 1-1. Just high and in. Ball 2.
Yeah, hit one 441, 409. South Florida and Stetson.
2-1. This is off the end of the bat. A spinner down the first base line. That will be foul. Wolf hustled up to grab it so that it didn't come back fair. It had enough spin on it, but stayed out. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And a couple more for Jackson this weekend that are over 430 or 415 and 440.
Mm-hmm. Trying to stake his claim to the starting spot in right field for Iowa. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Savary from the windup pitches to Roy. Swing and a miss. Got him at the breaking ball. Much better from Savary to start this inning.
Got in the zone. Big deep breath there. See if he can kind of settle his world down here and get into the middle to later innings here.
Thiel singled in the second. Swales charging forward at third. First pitch from Savary. Popped up right side. Wolf at first base. He's under it. Caleb battling the sun. He made the catch with 2 hands, 2 away.
And that's a nice stretch there for Sav to get 1 pitch and 1 out. So now you need to finish the inning. He got here in the first inning, and good at-bat by Shawnsby kept it going. Had 2 outs in the second inning and then put a couple runners on base. So
Fine, the batter. Left-handed hitter. Savary pumps a strike to get started. Fine batting 167 in the early going. 2 for 12 this season. Pitch number 60 from Aaron Savary is just outside, maybe a touch low as well, 1-1.
The glitch in the matrix is when you hit a guy, it doesn't affect your whip. So nice job there from Aaron. It's just
preserving that number.
It's just walks and hits, so nobody sees that part.
1-1. That's over for strike 2. Savary working with pace, but it's under control.
It's not an angry fast like he got going there earlier, so.
Looking for another strikeout. Here comes the 1-2 from Savary. Ground ball right back to Aaron. He backhands it towards the third base line. Throw to first is in time, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Hawkeye defense. Nicely done, Aaron Savary, keeping Washington State off the scoreboard in the 4th. 2-1 Iowa. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular,
built for us. Progressing along here nicely to the top of the 5th inning. Iowa leads 2-1. Hawks will have the bottom and then the top. Swales, Wilmus, and Mitchell as they look now to add to the 2-1 lead. Iowa with a good response after Washington State scores in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Jackson Beeman home run gave Iowa the lead, and Aaron Savory then held serve. Swales squares the bunt, bunts it right back. Catcher drops it. Boy, Swales catches a break there as he popped it up, and Thine tried to make a diving play while still holding on to his mask. The ball spun out of his glove for just a strike one. Ben now 0 for 1 on the day, struck out back in the 2nd inning. One of 3 Hawkeye strikeouts.
Swales possesses a ton of speed. The infield playing still very deep. Swales trying to time up Lewis out in front of the changeup and knocked it foul over the right.
And really, again, we've talked about this a lot, and especially with Ben being off the plate, he's got to be willing to dive a little bit.
0-2, he lays off a pitch that was out of the zone, 1-2.
And if Lewis can come in and bust him in, he's just going to have to try to fight it off or tip his cap, one or the other.
1-2 delivery, outside 2-2. I agree with you, John. We know Ben better than Washington State does, it would appear, but I'm surprised they're playing him so deep. He hasn't seen a pitch remotely close in the last 3, and so the count's now full. Obviously, the bunt not in play here with 2 strikes, but something to monitor the rest of the way. 3-2 is a called 3rd strike. Inner portion of the zone, he pumped the fastball by him, and it's that moment to tip your cap, I suppose.
But again, Ben's not diving out there, though. That's the problem. He's still off the plate, so he's got to be willing to protect the inside part of the plate then. Yes, the ball's probably a little off, but again, based on what we've seen here this weekend, those are strikes, and so you've just got to be ready to fight that off.
That brings up Ben Wilmus, top of the 5th inning, top of the order for Iowa, 2-1. Hawkeyes with the lead.
108 and 106 for Ben. He's seen Lewis pretty well today.
Takes another changeup downstairs, 2-0.
Unfortunately, that's a 1-for-2 performance.
Right. One rewarded, one not.
I think if he gets some elevation to right, he might get rewarded.
2-0. Watched it go by for a strike. That seemed like red light territory there for Ben.
Well, that's the big floaty changeup. I mean, maybe you could go get that, but unfortunately, I think he lines it out to right where he hit last time.
2 balls and a strike on Wilmus. Here's the pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Roy dives, but he can't come up with this one. It's through into center field for a single, the 2nd hit of the game for Wilmus. Good effort from Roy, but Ben sent it through the hole too quickly.
Again, tell me you didn't think Roy was going to come up with that. I was pretty sure he was going to dive. Wasn't sure he was going to be able to get to his feet and throw Ben out, but was pretty sure he was going to catch it. That's another one. 101 off the bat from Ben. Now we'll see if Iowa tries to do any games here. They've talked all weekend about wanting to put pressure on Washington State, just haven't been able to do it.
I think it's worth a shot. First pitch to Mitchell is outside. Let's get Gable going today. He's 0 for 2. He's put the ball in play twice.
0 for 1. Sacrificed the first time.
You're right.
He moved Ben over.
Need to add that to my book, John.
Give him full credit here. Nobody wants the batting average
to
dip like that.
You're right. Good catch.
I think he was bunting for a hit, but he moved the runner over, so he catches the break there.
One way or another, let's see what the Hawks can do, whether it's with Mitchell or Wilmus. Ooh! Gable is hit by the pitch. Got him right in the right shoulder blade. By the time Mitchell turned around, that might have hit him square in the back.
I'm not sure anything getting hit flat in the back is a great play.
Center fielder Miles Risley.
Thine will walk out and talk with his pitcher, Nick Lewis, to calm him down. Lewis is a freshman.
Yeah, 72 pitches for Lewis, so he's been fairly efficient, but he's also had to pitch around a little bit of trouble here and there.
First and second for Miles Risley.
And we don't see the Washington State bullpen very well, but I do not see a catcher down there.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anybody in there at all right now. Risley takes a strike at the knees.
Boy, that's the fastball he wants right there.
Yeah. No balls and a strike on Risley. The pitch. Ground ball to second. This could be double trouble. Flip to second for one. On to first. No throw to first. Risley sprinting down the line. No play, so runners at the corners.
Roy was playing to pull, so he had a long ways to go to get to second base there. The second baseman was actually far closer. So when he makes the throw, Roy wasn't even to second base yet, and so that pretty much, with Risley's speed then, pretty much bailed Iowa out.
Of a mound visit for Washington State.
And I would guess this is as much defensive chat as anything, as Iowa with good speed at first and third.
And this, for Washington State, in their approach, Wolf is a big at bat here, big hitter, because Jackson Beeman's on deck, and we've seen what Beeman has done this weekend and already this season, so feels like a big spot in the game. If Wolf gets on, that means either a run is scored or the bases are loaded.
Neither of which is great for the Cougs.
That's right. Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland out of the dugout, talking with the base runners and the upcoming batters for Iowa. Mound visit concluding. As Caleb Wolf will be the batter. Iowa's huddle breaks up now. Hawkeyes lead it 2-1 in the top of the fifth.
And so here's where Iowa needs to find some of that two-out success that they had yesterday. 0 for 4 so far today, 1 for 6 with runners on base, and 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. So chance to flip that script a little bit.
See if the Hawks have the clutch gene in them.
That was a new move there, as they were just trying to catch Risley off balance.
First and third with 2 outs. First pitch to Wolf. He pulls a bunt down the first baseline. It's perfectly placed. He beats it out. Wilmus comes home to score. He got it by the pitcher. And the second baseman fielded it, but way too late. No play. Great bunt. Caleb Wolf, yes.
IQ 101 there from Caleb Wolf, as they talked about trying to put pressure on Washington State, make them field the ball, do the things that they had forced Iowa to do. And again, that is a perfectly executed bunt there. As Lewis falls off towards the third base side, the ball gets past him. Second baseman nowhere to be found. RBI bunt single.
And we will see Jackson Beeman with Iowa leading 3-1. 2 outs, 2 on. First pitch to Beeman, swing and a miss. Low changeup.
That is a beautifully located pitch, and takes a ton of guts to throw that pitch.
No balls and a strike. Beeman watched it miss outside.
I mean, Jackson has to think any ball that's coming in belt high is not coming in as fast as I want it to.
The home run that he hit came in at about mid-70s. Here's a swinging bunt, third base side. The catcher picks it up, spins, throws to first, and the foot stayed on the bag to get Beeman for the third out. Iowa adds another. It's 3-1. We'll be back for the bottom of the fifth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Does that qualify and satisfy your sweet tooth?
It would. You bet. That sounds great. We've had these early afternoon start times, which has kind of messed with my routine a little bit. You get a little something before the game, and by the time we get back to the hotel and everything, it's a little bit late, and especially with the way the first two games of this series have gone, being about 4 hours, it feels.
Yeah, by the time we get organized and get back, we're, staying 20, 25 minutes away from our hotel, so we've got a little bit of work to get back to the hotel, and then you get organized and get settled, and you've had some a lot of track action going on that you've had to work with.
That's right.
I see champion graphic there, so there's good stuff happening in the track and field.
Hawks have had quite a few champions this weekend at the indoor track and field championships. First pitch is bunted to Swales at third. He throws to first to get Watterson. Swales and Savory avoided a collision coming off the mound. Swales, you could hear him from up here call him off, and so Savory kind of moved forward and got out of the way. Avoided disaster.
I think Sav wanted to throw the fastball to Wolf at first, but one pitch, one out. Good bounce there. Good continuation for Sav.
3-1 Iowa in the bottom of the fifth. Savory starting to pick it up a little bit over the past couple innings.
Good leadoff hitter, and Hartman, though, takes that pitch after the one pitch out on the leadoff hitter.
Smart hitter. Savory off speed, had Hartman out in front, 0-2.
Missed the middle of the plate. He's got good discipline. He's going to poke at it, but missed the middle of the plate.
0-2 is fouled off.
Hartman did a good job there of going up and getting that fastball. Aaron with a good high show fastball. Now the good news is you get Hartman kind of into that swing mode. Maybe you bust one in still and get him to swing and miss.
Another 0-2 on its way home. In the dirt. Bounced in front of the plate. 1-2.
Don't mind that too much. You showed up high. And one of the things we heard Coach Kenny talking about in the scout today was, changing the level. Forget in and out as much as changing up and down. Get those eye levels moving around for the hitter.
1-2 just outside. Tried to bring it in the back door. Didn't have enough snap on it. Again, good spot. Now we're getting in that territory. You don't want to play with fire too much. Probably time to bring it back in at 2-2.
Yeah, and that was a great pitch. He just didn't quite hit it.
He got him there. A swing and a miss. Savory with another strikeout. Brought it a little bit closer to the strike zone, and Hartman couldn't resist.
Yeah, you showed him a very similar pitch. That's going to get called a strike. It has all weekend, so Hartman had to go try to get it, but just hung around on the outside of the plate and missed the bat.
2 outs for Obenauer. Strike one from Savory. Sharp fastball, upper 80s.
And one of the things you've seen from Sav is maybe not trying to throw it as hard, knowing that his location might be a little off.
Whew, swing and a miss. Off speed, went fishing for it.
Sav recognizes his bread's buttered with that off-speed pitch, so he can set up the fastball with 88, 90, and then throw 77 is just fine.
0-2, just low. Good spot from Savory.
That's outstanding from Obenauer to not swing right over the top of that thing.
Last 2 innings of Aaron's performance, much different than the first 3. Let's seal the deal here in the 5th. The 1-2. Called third strike. Savory froze him right at the knees. A pair of strikeouts for Sav in the 5th, and he's turning this into a quality start for the Hawks.
9 straight for Sav now. Going back after the train wreck to start the 3rd inning, he's really buckled in, doing a nice job.
We're through 5 in Cleburne. Iowa leads at 3-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, a Luca Garza meet and greet in Minnesota, plus VIP game tickets to the Timberwolves versus the Phoenix Suns could be yours when you enter non-winning Feeling Lucky scratch tickets into your Iowa Lottery VIP club account. Simply visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today. We head to the top of the 6th inning now. Iowa with single runs, lead 3-1 in the 1st, 4th, and 5th for Iowa. Cougs got one back in the bottom of the 3rd, but Iowa doing just fine so far. Lewis returns to the mound. Daniel Rogers for a little lefty-on-lefty matchup here to start the 6th inning.
Rogers walked in the 2nd, grounded out in the 4th. First pitch is low and out to Rogers. This will be pitch number 80 for Lewis as we get into the 6th. 1-0. Rogers takes downstairs, ball 2.
Ooh. Again, not complaining. Not complaining. Just observing that was really, really close.
Take note. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Rogers with a half swing, got a piece of it, knocked it foul to the Iowa on-deck circle over to the left.
Yeah, fastball up in the zone there. Daniels just couldn't hold up on it.
The 2-1. Downstairs again, ball 3. Schulte awaits on deck. He'd like to come up with a runner on base.
So Lewis threw 91 pitches against UCLA. Didn't have a count. Misses down low, ball 4. Don't have a count for him when he pitched at Arkansas, but it was only 3 2/3 innings there, so probably wasn't terribly long outing. So we'll see. You know, stretch him out week 3. He could be 90 to 100 pretty easily here.
And we know Washington State's used quite a few of their bullpen arms through the first 2 games. Not to say that they couldn't come back today, but the names are certainly familiar. First pitch is popped up right side. That's fouling out of play. Schulte batting for Iowa.
And they do have a guy galloping in the bullpen now. He's not pitching yet, but he is getting the arm loose, getting ready to start the warm-up pitches. Wouldn't mind seeing Coop do the push bunt too.
Sure.
But again, he tried that earlier and it wasn't very successful.
Throw it over to first base. Rogers had a good read on it. He got back without issue.
Because even if you aren't successful from a hit perspective, as long as you miss Lewis, you're going to get the sacrifice out of it.
0-1. Outside, 1-1. Hennings and Swales be the next couple of hitters for Iowa after Schulte. Need those two to get going. 1-1. Outside, ball 2.
Yeah, they are the 4 Iowa strikeouts right now.
Right. And with how hot the top of the order has been for Iowa, you'd like to see that table get set for Wilmus and Mitchell and Risley. 2-1. Schulte hits on the ground. High chopper to third. Only play will be to first base. And that's out number 1. Basically a bunt. Connor Hennings is making his way to the box, but he'll be called back. And Iowa will have a different hitter in this spot.
Woody.
Here comes Mitch Wood. Mitch Wood, the senior infielder from Ottumwa. Started at Iowa, went to Northern Kentucky, and now he's back at Iowa. Good hitter throughout his career, so we'll see what he can do as we get this season rolling along.
Yeah, Iowa. Okay, I'm just not even gonna come close to being able to say the.
Nope, we'll skip it.
The junior
JUCO.
college
Yep.
you went to, and then Northern Kentucky. So actually, he probably has a year left with a year at JUCO. So he gets. It seems to be that we get one of those back. So. He showed a lot of power at Northern Kentucky. So,
runner at second with one away in the sixth. Strike one to Wood. He's a right-handed hitter. Mitch stands at 6'2". No balls in the strike. The pitch way outside.
Yeah, hit 289 at Northern Kentucky last year. Second team All-Horizon League. 13 home runs.
Double digits are good. The 1-1. Low and out. Good discipline so far from Mitch. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And not easy to, again, jump off the bench and, kind of find the adrenaline. A guy that doesn't have a lot of at-bats, so you want to prove yourself, so you want to swing.
2-1. Right back up the middle. That'll be through into center field. Rogers gets the wave around third. Here comes the throw. It's cut off at the mound. Mitch Wood with an RBI single. And the Hawks add to their lead. It's 4-1.
Hawks put another stick up on the board. Let's see if they can make that number round and then get it really round as the inning goes along. But good job. Nice. Mitch Wood staying with that. Bounced it right up the middle at 100 miles an hour. Lewis not able to react quickly enough as it bounced over his head. Base hit, RBI single.
And now Ben Swales will come up for Iowa. He's 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. See how Ben can put it in play. A lot of room on the right side of the infield. Pickoff move over to first, and Wood reads it and dives back.
Well, if you're Ben, you got to understand how Lewis is attacking you. It's change up away, change up away, change up away. So, maybe sit close to the plate, be willing to drive one to right.
He shows the bunt, pulled it back, and it's a called strike.
Ooh.
Here's some vocalization from the left side this time. 4-1 Iowa in the sixth. Swales chased a pitch that was outside. 0-2.
It's, and if you're Lewis, you can't throw him anything other than a changeup right now. He's shown he's going to swing at it.
That one too far outside for Ben's liking, and he laid off. Also quite low.
That might have been pushing an envelope somewhere, but I mean it's not terribly different than the pitch he swung at the first time that kind of bounced in the middle of the left-handed batter's box. So just need him to be better here.
Put it in play. The 1-2. Ground ball left side. That's a fair ball down the line. Ooh, long throw to second. Gets Wood. And Swales gets through at first base. That took an accurate throw from Thiel at third to get it to Obenauer at second. And Wood is out on the force.
And honestly, that might have been his only shot. I'm not sure from where he fielded it. It would have taken a heck of a play to get Swales and his speed down the line. It wasn't hard hit, just 74 miles an hour off the bat. And that might be it because Ben has found the barrel all 3 times against Lewis, and the door's open already.
4-1 Iowa in the top of the sixth. Runner at first base and 2 outs for Ben Wilmus, who will face a new Washington State pitcher when we come back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Top of the 6th inning, Game 3 of this series with Washington State, and Iowa leads it 4-1. New pitcher into the game for the Cougars. This is right-handed sophomore Trevor Stowe.
6'1", 181 pounds. He has 4 appearances already on the season. Only given up 3 hits, but he's given up 6 runs because he's walked 10 guys.
Okay.
7 strikeouts. He'll kind of spray it all over. Fastball gets up there pretty good. It'll be plus or minus 90. He'll throw a slider and a change, but really he's going to try to work off that fastball. Throws it 70% of the time, and then he'll double up. Iowa doesn't have I guess Mitchell's on deck with the left-hander, but Ben's going to really need to look for fastball and then kind of pick a location because Stowe might spray it a bit.
Swales, the runner at first base for Iowa. The Hawks with a run in the first, and then a run in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Iowa with 4 runs on 6 hits. They've left 5 on. Washington State, 1 run, 2 hits, 4 left. All right, Wilmus in the box. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Swales at first base. First pitch to Ben is low. Spiked the fastball.
And Stowe is slow to the plate. Now, with Ben up at the plate, I don't know if you want to test the theory, and especially for a guy that doesn't necessarily throw a bunch of strikes.
1-0. Ben takes upstairs.
That was 93, so he's getting it up there, but Purdue moved to 10-0, 13-3 run rule winners over Akron.
Yeah, some scores going final around the league. The 2-0. Low and in, ball 3.
Stetson takes down Indiana, team we've already seen and a team we will see, 8-4. Stetson moves to 5-5. Indiana falls to 5-6.
Three balls, no strikes on Wilmus. The pitch from Stowe. That's high, ball 4. 4-pitch walk of Wilmus will bring up Gable Mitchell.
Maryland jumped out on number 12 Wake Forest 5-0, but gave up 6 runs in the bottom of the 3rd, so it's 6-5 early. Rutgers looking to hold on against Coastal Carolina, up 5-4, top of the 9th.
Mitchell stands in from the left side, 2 on, 2 out. First pitch to Gable is a called strike. That's fine, Gable. After missing on 4 in a row, Stowe finds the strike zone, and now stoplight likely turns green for Gable if it's there. Here comes the 0-1. Got his hands started, able to stop him before crossing the plane of the plate, 1-1.
Trusted his breaks. Nice job there. Illinois and Washington playing not in a Big Ten game. They're playing out in Vegas. Washington up 6-3.
2 outs for Mitchell. Runners at first and second. The 1-1. Gable taps foul. Pulled it towards first.
Oregon leads Columbia 26-1.
Whoa. That got my attention.
I knew I could snap you back with that one. And Maryland did beat Princeton earlier 10-7. Wasn't really that close, though. Princeton scored the last 4 of the game.
1-2 on Gable. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, ball 2.
I was just dying to put up that crooked number finally.
Something other than a 1.
Couple of 2 spots on Thursday, but just haven't been able to bust the big ones.
2-2. Oh, that hit Gable in the foot. And he drops down to the turf. Gable will slowly walk to first base. He'll limp his way there, and the competitive spirit of Gable and his bloodline will help him start to jog to first base now. let's give Gable some time here. This one,
We've seen enough of this of Stowe. He's gone.
yeah, that was a quick pull. Coach Choate out of the dugout, making his way to the mound, and boy, he didn't even make it to the first baseline, and he had already pointed to the door. And the door opening up for Washington State. New pitcher coming in for the Cougs. We'll introduce him after this. It'll be a bases-loaded situation for Miles Risley. When we come back, Iowa leads it 4-1. We'll take a pitching change break. Back in a second. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
With Iowa leading 4-1 in the sixth inning and the bases loaded, the Cougars will turn to freshman right-hander Gabe Schneider.
4 innings on the season, 3 hits, a run. It was unearned, a walk, 3 strikeouts. Did give up a double in the Cougar win on Thursday over Iowa. 6'5", 178 pounds. He'll try to we'll try to keep this a game right now. Iowa with a chance to really blow one open here. And we've talked about it, joked about it. They're needing that big hit. Iowa 1 for 6 with 2 outs. 2 for 7 now with runners in scoring position in the game. This would be a good time for number 3 for Miles Risley.
Risley, sort of that junkyard dog type of guy. Very poised when we've seen him around the hotel and very serious. But, man, he gets in the box and he's ready to roll as he makes his way there now. Bases are loaded for Risley. 2 outs. First pitch to Miles. Downstairs for ball 1.
And so Risley was the last out of the game against Schneider here. So fastball there was 88, just missed.
Plenty of room in left center for Miles. The 1-0. Popped it up.
And that's what he did.
Shallow left. It's caught by the shortstop, Roy. And the bases are left loaded for Iowa in the 6th. But another run to the tally. It is 4-1 Hawkeyes. We're back for the bottom of the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa 4, Washington State 1, as Shawnsby, Myers, and Johnstone are due up. Aaron Savory, through 5 innings, has allowed 2 hits, 1 earned. He struck out 5 and walked 1.
And hit 1,000,000.
And yeah, the outlier stat would be the hit by pitches, which for Sav is up to 4 today.
Unfortunately, Gable Mitchell's been the target practice for the Iowa hitters in retaliation.
Shawnsby has been on twice today, singled and was hit by a pitch. Takes a fastball out from Savory. This is pitch number 75 for Aaron. Aaron taking his time, now readies himself, winds and fires the 1-0. Blooped foul, left side.
Sav running off the mound with his hands. Where is it? Where is it? If you can't see it and you're chasing it that way, it's probably nothing you have to worry about.
That was comical from Savory there. 1-1. Savory's pitch, just low. Tried to find that part of the zone, didn't get the call. 2 balls and a strike. Aaron winds and fires the 2-1. Just slapped foul over to the left.
And one of the things you can do with the pitch count now, or pitch clock now, is kind of work a little faster, work a little slower. One of the things you can use, you change levels as a pitcher. You can also change speed a little bit, try to keep the hitter a little off balance.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Savory missed out with the fastball.
Aaron sat in the dugout for quite a while there. 2 pitching changes, a run, bases loaded.
Full count pitch on its way. Missed. Haven't been able to get Shawnsby out today. That breaks the streak. Of 9 in a row for Savory.
We have a pinch hitter here, perhaps.
Eli Kennel making his way to the plate, left-handed hitter.
Coastal Carolina's tied up Rutgers actually walked off Rutgers. So Coastal Carolina wins 6-5 with 2 in the bottom of the 9th.
That was a late rally. It felt like every time we looked at that, Rutgers was winning the entire game. First pitch to Kennel is smacked foul, pulled it down the line.
5-2 headed at the 7th inning stretch, and then it was 5-4, and unfortunately for Rutgers, it became 6-5.
Rutgers falling to 4-5 now, or is that not updated? They're 4-6.
They'll be 4-6 here shortly.
0-1 pitch from Savory. Grounded foul again. No balls and 2 strikes. Third at bat of the season for Kennel. Short lead at first base. No balls, 2 strikes. Savory set from the belt. Fires. Cold third strike. Froze him with the breaking ball. 1 away.
He didn't. He hasn't seen one of those yet, and Aaron throws a beauty. Sends Kennel back to the dugout, where it will just hound him.
That came to you naturally, John. Good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
1 away for Johnstone, another left-handed hitter for Washington State. It's 4-1 Iowa in the 6th. Savory's first pitch to Johnstone. Low. Swales pulled in a bit at third. Snap throw over to first base. Shawnsby gets back. The 1-0 is swung on, fouled off in the box. That's off the toe of Johnstone.
Bunch more for Oregon, 29-1 now.
Wow. Wouldn't be surprised if Columbia didn't have a great baseball program out of the Ivy League. Pitch is low from Savary.
That game is in the bottom of the 7th, and so
no run rule.
Definitely no run rule. So
come on now.
There's been a 9-run inning for Oregon and an 8-run inning for Oregon.
Ducks are the preseason favorite to win the Big Ten in their first year of the conference. 2-1 is high from Savary.
And while Iowa's had 4 single runs, 6 times Oregon scored 2 or more. Well, there's 2 outs in the 7th, so maybe they're not going to get. Maybe they're not going to get any in the 7th.
3-1, grounded foul, right side again. That'd be the first time they're held off the scoreboard today, huh?
It would be. 29 runs on 20 hits means you've probably got there's a ton of walks factored in there somewhere. There's just 3 errors, too, so there's some bonus base runners somewhere.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Johnstone. Here it comes from Savary. Fouled back towards us, right into the netting. Big game for Nebraska later today.
LSU today.
Ranked 2nd in the country. The Tigers back towards the top, and they might be the new number 1 team. I believe Texas A&M has lost a couple of times this week. They were the number 1 team previously. Full count pitch to Johnstone is lifted. Left side, fouling out of play. This is turning into one long at bat.
Yeah, Nebraska took 2 of 3 opening weekend, lost to Grand Canyon, and then lost a series to Louisiana down in Lafayette, and beat Sam Houston State yesterday. I think you mentioned that they're in the Frisco Classic, and they're running the same rotation that Iowa did a couple years ago.
Sam Houston, LSU, and then K-State, just like the Hawks did. 3-2 is lined into the right field corner. That's down for a base hit. Beeman hustling over to track it down. Jackson picks it up. A run will score for Washington State. On a full count double from Johnstone, it's 4-2. Iowa up 2.
Yeah, and that should put you got it to 3-2. That was really the problem. Not a terrible pitch from Sav. I mean, you maybe caught a little more middle of the plate than you wanted, but breaking ball down just at the knees or on top. And good piece of hitting there. The left-hander saw it breaking in on him the whole way and took it and roped it into the corner.
Coach Heller making his way out of the dugout. That'll do it for Sav. Iowa leading 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th. And a pitching change coming for the Hawkeyes. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Iowa leading Washington State 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th. New pitcher into the game for Iowa is the left-handed 5th year from Clive, Bendite.
2 appearances on the season. He is 0-1. Funny enough, he got the loss in the game that he pitched better in, as he had a rough first outing at South Florida, threw 2/3 of an inning, gave up a couple runs on 4 hits, came back against Notre Dame, really threw a strong outing, 3 innings pitched. He gave up 2 hits, 1 run. Unfortunately, he hung a changeup in the top of the 11th inning, struck out 6 in that outing. So on the season, he's thrown 3 2/3, given up 3 runs, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. And look for Ben here to close the door and move on along.
Ben is a left-handed pitcher. He'll face Roy right now, who's a right-hander, and then Thiel, also a right-hander. Fine's a lefty, and Watterson's a righty. So a little mix and match here.
So Saville gets 6 in the 3rd innings pitched, which I believe, trying to check here real quick. Yeah, Sav's career high there at 6 in the 3rd.
Good outing for Aaron. Hopefully no updates to his line with that runner out at second base. 4-2, the Hawks with the lead. First pitch strike from Dete on Roy, who's 0 for 2 this afternoon. Change up. Good pitch from Ben to get it started.
Yeah, this is the type of...
Here's a ground ball to third. Swales knocks it down, picks it up with the bare hand, throws it over to first for the second out. Good recovery from Swales at third base.
That's one of those where you're the pitcher, you look over at your guy and you tap him in the chest. Swales was playing in for the bunt. Great job getting a glove on it, keeping it handy and around him, and stuck right to it, walked over and fired out Roy.
2 away for Thiel, right-handed hitter. Ben's first pitch is inside, and a balk is called on Dete. And so Johnstone will advance to third.
I assume he didn't pause. I was really not watching that closely because I didn't expect him to do anything.
Next pitch from Dete is low and in.
And so that does kind of affect how Ben can attack, having the runner on third. He's not really going to be able to get that ball down low like he really wants to all the time.
1-0 is hit on the ground to short. Schulte gloves it. Steps, throws, high throw. Wolf kept his foot on the bag for the third out. We're through 6 in Claiborne. 4-2 Iowa over Washington State. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps. And Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Caleb Wolf leads off the Hawkeyes 7th. Iowa leading 4-2. Could use a couple runs of insurance here as we get late. Schneider continues to pitch for Washington State. Fastball outside to Wolf, the left-handed hitter for Iowa.
Well, and you heard Coach Heller talk, too, about if you're going to win close games, you have to win the last three. Obviously, Iowa's given themselves a cushion to win the last three, but not a lot.
Low and in, ball 2. Decent spot from Schneider.
You're a Hawkeye guy, or a hockey guy. You are a Hawkeye guy, too. But
very much so.
How about Alexander Ovechkin being just 10 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record?
Been keeping a real close eye on that. I've got to look ahead to the schedule for New Jersey. As a Devils fan, I'd rather he doesn't break that against my team. He beats somebody else.
As a Penguins fan, if he gets within 3 or 4, he's got a shot.
Right. Unfortunately for you guys. 2-1 is the count on Wolf. The pitch. Caleb takes an inside strike again, 2-2. Need your Penguins to pick it up. I think they're playing the Bruins today. I don't know how that's going for you, but need your Penguins to pick it up, John, so as we go through baseball season, we can pay attention to some Stanley Cup playoff action.
I've got to guess how it's going, and that guess is confirmed.
2-2 to Wolf. Ground ball to second. Obenauer is there. Collects himself and throws it over to first base, 1 away.
2-0 at the end of 2 periods. Bruins lead. Sounds about right.
But listen, the 2-goal lead in hockey is the worst lead in sports. Did you know that?
Not when it's on the Penguins, it's not. It's a precursor to 3 and 4, it seems like.
Hockey's just a little bit better when the Penguins are good, when teams like the Red Wings are good. Jackson Beeman, the batter for Iowa. Pitch was low, ball 1. Tonight, 5 o'clock, John, is the outdoor game at the Horseshoe. Red Wings and Blue Jackets. So if we could wrap this game up, that could entertain us this evening. 1-0 to Beeman. Hit high again to deep left center. Left fielder moving back. Hartman and Watterson come together. It's Hartman in left who calls off the center fielder to make the catch for the second out.
Yeah, 102, but the launch angle was never going to get that. Randy Quaid in the too high fits appropriately there.
Too high. 2 away for Dan Rogers.
Be nice to have him going again. He had a pretty good first weekend, really struggled last weekend at Stetson, and hasn't found a great rhythm here in Texas either.
Breaking ball low and in, ball 1. Ooh. Rogers batting 194. 6 of 31 on the season. Has 7 RBIs. He's also drawn 6 walks. Takes a low and out fastball. Called a strike, 1-1. Another strike across for Rogers, 1-2.
It's really 3 strikes he's thrown.
Feels like it. He's been right around for Dan, and Dan needs to get the bat off his shoulder here. The 1-2 from Schneider. Ground ball, foul to first base. Hawkeyes trying to extend this inning in hopes of avoiding a 1-2-3 inning for the first time today. The 1-2 to Rogers. That's high, 2-2.
Yeah, Iowa hasn't fallen 1-2-3 very often this weekend, but unfortunately, the really important stat hasn't gone their way at all.
Count even at 2. The pitch from Schneider to Rogers, just outside for ball 3. The earth was tilted towards the Washington State dugout. Everybody was leaning over that way, but the pitch was well outside.
Yeah, it's a ball. Let's just go with that.
3-2 to Rogers. Dan stays alive with a foul ball over our left shoulder.
Because again, I'm doing everything I can to be a better human being toward the umpires, and
you're doing great today, John.
Thank you. That ball was a ball. Not only because he called it, but it was a ball.
2 for 2 in that case then. Schneider set. Payoff pitch on its way home to Rogers. Inside, ball 4. Third walk of the day drawn by Rogers. And although we'd like to see his batting average get a little higher as on-base percentage moves up, he finds his way on for the third time today.
Good job there. Good at bat, too. Fell behind, was able to fight off a couple of good pitches, and laid off a pitch that, despite Washington State begging for it, was a good take.
Shortstop Cooper Schulte stands in. Cooper takes low and out for a ball. As we look ahead to tomorrow, first pitch at noon to wrap up the series down here in Texas, I'm just starting to think about Washington State's relief pitching. They TBA'd us in terms of a starter, so we don't know who they're starting.
You're going to have everybody that threw Thursday, and they do have kind of their normal weekend starter hasn't thrown yet. So actually, he did throw.
He did. So I wonder if they're thinking midweek tomorrow. 2-0 to Schulte is hit on the ground right to the third baseman Field. He'll step and fire across the diamond for the third out. Iowa held off the scoreboard in the seventh. Time to stretch things out in Cleburne, Texas. 4-2, Iowa with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
Join the Iowa Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
Iowa leading Washington State 4-2 in the bottom of the seventh, trying to get into the win column for the first time this weekend. Ben Dete continues to pitch for the Hawkeyes in this inning. We can close the book on Aaron Savory. 5 1/3 for Sav, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 2 and struck out 6. First 2-3 innings, a little shaky for Aaron, but thankfully Washington State didn't take advantage of that, and then Sav settled in nicely towards the end.
Well, early on he was 50-50 or worse throwing strikes. Ended up throwing 51 strikes in his 90 pitches. So really got in there. Loaded the bases with nobody out in the third, got a double play ball and then a ground ball to get out of that inning and really kind of cruised a little bit better after that.
Dete versus Thine to get things started in the seventh. Here's a pull bunt down the first base side. Dete bare hands it, underhand flip to Wolf at first for the out.
Well, and you see Caleb Wolf learning right there already as he started to charge, realized that Ben coming off the mound was going to be able to handle it easily, so he retreated back to the bag, so it was an easy play for Ben to just grab it and flip it over to him.
So far today, crisp, sharp defensive effort from the Hawks. One away for Watterson. Dete deals a strike to start this at bat.
91-mile-an-hour fastball for Ben.
He can live down there too, can he? That low inside portion to the right-handed hitters.
Well, and you keep him from diving away if you keep him honest there.
Goes outside corner, just off the plate, and missed for ball one.
It's hard to, keep the hitters honest if you can't establish that inside part.
1-1 is slapped in the air, right side. Beeman giving it a look, sprinting over. He'll run out of room. Foul ball, 1-2.
Because when you go 91 down and in, and then you go 92 up and away, it's hard for the hitter to keep up with that. Now watch for Ben to try to throw a changeup in a different tunnel and just have that ball fall off here and have Watterson swing right over the top of it.
Beats his chest ferociously before standing back in the box. Here comes the 1-2. High.
So he showed the fastball again, so now we'll see if he's setting up there.
One more setup pitch right there, don't you think? Now he can go anywhere, it seems. 2-2. Just high. Right on the edge of the zone, but high. Full count. The pitch. Ground ball right back to Ben. He quickly fields it, throws it over to Wolf, who leaps up to grab it. He returns to the turf. Foot on the bag, 2 away.
1-3, 1-3.
They go in the scorebook the same way, a little bit different in terms of what actually happened, but
the good news is he didn't waste any time, so really, Caleb had plenty of time to jump and land.
Ben got those hips turned. Throw it to first right away. 2 away, top of the order. This is Hartman. Swinging a foul tip back into the glove of Rogers. Ben looks pretty dialed in.
That's 91 up and in, so you set up just so many pitches by being able to do that.
0-1. This is hit well to center field. Risley giving chase. He's at the track right in front of the wall. Risley reaches up, and it's over the wall for a solo home run.
100 miles an hour off the bat, 396 into the Hawkeye bullpen. And that's the mistake, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday. You throw the fastball up in that tunnel, and then you've got to throw the changeup in a different tunnel. Instead, he throws this changeup in exactly the same spot. It floats out over the middle of the plate, but it's up high where you just put his eye line, and he's able to demolish it.
I can't imagine that DeTay had planned to throw that there, so clearly a mistake high with the changeup. Obenauer, the batter. Count even at 1.
And while I don't disagree with you, that's the thing we've talked about is the Iowa pitchers, when they've made mistakes, have made them in the places you can't make them.
Yep.
Either miss higher or miss it down in the dirt, but you can't miss it on the same level. And unfortunately, he did.
4-3. Iowa clinging to a 1-run lead in the 7th. DeTay from the windup. Here's the pitch. Lined foul over to the right.
So now you went 93 in the middle of the plate. You set him up with, you can throw the change, but you can move the level around.
The 1-2. Dropped low.
And that's a great pitch. That's just a really good take there as he threw the changeup outer portion of the plate down low.
Count even at 2. DeTay working quickly. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He had him lunging for it, and Obenauer is down on strikes. DeTay's strikeout ends the 7th. Iowa leads 4-3. Need a couple more runs from the offense here just to feel a bit better about this one as we head to the 8th. Back after this, it's Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
You don't have a lot of time to make decisions today if you want to be out front with the newest products. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Did you know that we're one of the first 2 companies to offer Enlist E3 soybeans in the United States? And because of that, you benefit from it. Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more.
With Enlist E3 soybeans, we have a front row seat to the highest yielding germplasm that's on the market. That allows us to focus on the things that matter to you, making sure you get what you ordered delivered on time to ensure the highest yielding soybeans for your farm.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. They care and are ready to help you.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to Sirius XM Big Ten Radio channels 372 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Sirius XM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
4-3, Iowa with the lead over Washington State. We get to the top of the 8th inning. Reese Moore will get a crack at Schneider. First pitch, he's hit by it on the back elbow. So Moore will head down to first base.
Going back to Hartman's home run, just the second home run of the season for Washington State.
Their entire team.
Team, not Hartman's second, the team's second. Look for Ben to put this ball on the ground here.
Bunt, Ben. Moore at first base. Nobody out for Swales. A pickoff move to first. Moore wasn't that far off the bag, so he gets back in without a problem. First pitch to Swales, bunted it foul. Ben's 0 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts. This is a big spot for Ben. You can turn around the direction of your day offensively by doing the job here.
What have you seen? You've seen Washington State bunt one ball foul, right? They've done a really nice job getting the ball in play. Iowa's tried to bunt a few times and fouled it off. Done a nice job on a couple other ones, but just haven't executed crisply.
Square now. Get ahead of it early. Swales shows it, bunted it foul again. I just feel like he's squaring too late. Well, I'm not trying to surprise anybody with this. We need to get the bunt down.
Well, because both guys are crashing. So at that point, that's almost when you pull it back and you just do the slash. But he was going to bunt right into two guys charging right at him.
Now, not sure what he can do. I don't know if you can keep the bunt on with 2 strikes. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Swales strikes out. Flip it to the top of the order with Wilmus coming up.
Left fielder Ben Wilmus.
That you get late in the game. You need to execute. You need to make those winning plays. And boy, he came out again with the hand wave into the bullpen already.
Pitching change coming for Washington State. We're in the 8th inning. Iowa clinging to a 1-run lead. It's 4-3. And we'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Pitching change for the Cougars in the 8th inning with Iowa leading 4-3. They'll bring in Rylan Hyder, the sophomore right-handed submarine sidearm pitcher.
6'2", 189 pounds, 3 appearances on the year. He's thrown 6 2/3, given up 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Pitched an inning and 2/3 on Thursday against Iowa, gave up 3 hits, a run in the 7 batters that he faced through 30 pitches. Submarine guys can tend to come back. Fastball's going to get up there in the middle 80s or so. And then again, he'll keep that. He'll keep the breaking ball down low. Good spot for him to come in. You think he came in the heat of it got the double play ground ball or got a ground ball to get out of it. Because you think about a submarine guy, keeps the ball down, throws a little sinker off of everything, off the action, and so important for Wilmus to look for a ball out over the plate again. Ben's really good at driving it to right, and that'd be a great opportunity here because he's going to have a big hole with for Shonsby holding on more, and the second baseman has him shifted up the middle still.
Iowa could use a run or two in the worst way here. Up 4-3. It's getting late in the top of the 8th. Moore at first base. Wilmus the batter for Iowa. The Hawks with 4 runs on 6 hits. Washington State 3 runs on 4 hits. Hyder to Wilmus. Ben takes below the knees, ball 1.
Iowa's left 9 guys on base again today, so just kind of the story of the season so far, really.
I'd like to believe it'll even out. 1-0. Wilmus got his hand started and it clipped off his bat. Foul over to the right, 1-1.
It's probably going to be a strike anyway, but I'd love to have seen the umpire call it, but tough break for Ben.
Reese with a short lead at first base. The 1-1 to Wilmus. Reese takes off. Wilmus swings through the pitch. The throw down to second is not in time. Oh, they called him out. Oh, they say that Reese is out at second base. No way.
Wow. We get to... Holy cow.
Wow.
And so why is Choate coming out of the dugout to complain?
He's thinking interference on Wilmus.
Interference.
Boy, that throw down to second base, the tag was applied.
Touched him in the...
On the back of the leg.
Yes. I don't...
Reese had already slid through. His hands were already on the bag.
Unbelievable. I didn't say I wouldn't complain about other stuff. It was just balls and strikes I was going to be better about. We've seen 2 plays. Washington State stealing a base and Iowa stealing a base now. Whew.
1-2 on Wilmus with the bases empty and 2 outs. The pitch. Ben hits it in the air, foul down the right field line. There are a few more Iowa fans here today that were unhappy with that call. They joined the folks in the dugout and the 2 guys sitting in the broadcast booth. A ball and 2 strikes on Wilmus. Hyder set. The sidearm delivery. Ground ball to short. Hops right up to Roy, and he throws out Wilmus for the 3rd out. Boy. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Iowa leads it 4-3. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Texas. Iowa holding on to a 4-3 lead over Washington State. Dete continues to pitch for the Hawkeyes. It'll be Shonsby, Kennel, and Johnstone coming up for the Cougs. Scoring breakdown today. Iowa on the board first in the first. Washington State tied it up in the 3rd. And then Iowa scored singular runs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th to go up 4-1 before Washington State scored in the bottom of the 6th and the bottom of the 7th. And now here we are. Bottom of the 8th, Iowa leading by 1. Dete faces the left-handed Shawnsby to get us started. First pitch is lined into left center field for a base hit. Risley cuts it off, gets it in quickly. A leadoff single for Washington State's Shawnsby in the bottom of the 8th. He is the tying run. And Washington State will go with another pinch hitter. Replacing Kennel, they'll bring up Rico Longo. He's been a good hitter for Washington State this weekend. Washington State, the home team today, so they'll get the last opportunity if they need it in the 9th. Right now it's 4-3 Iowa, bottom 8. Dete from the stretch, short lead at first base. He kicks and fires to Longo, strike one. 78-mile-an-hour changeup from Ben, good spot on that outer edge. Longo batting .258. He has 3 doubles and a triple. Batting 8 of 31 this season. Next pitch, inside corner, strike 2. So Ben goes outside changeup, inside fastball. He's got Longo in a good spot. Got to be careful, though. Don't make it too good of a pitch here, Ben. The 0-2. Line down the left field gap. Into the corner, base hit. All the way to the wall. Wilmus picks it up and gets it in. It's a double. 2 in scoring position for Washington State in the bottom of the 8th with nobody out. As 2 strike hitting for Washington State has them threatening late.
A good elevation part for the pitch, but again, it's in the middle of the plate. You want to see that ball be down, maybe at the bottom or below the zone rather than kind of knee-high there. Big spot here. Iowa can't really pull in the infield because you don't want to risk going behind. So you'll take the out, try to keep Longo at second and give up the tie.
The corners do come in for Iowa. Batter is Johnstone for Washington State.
Yeah, he chased Savory with a ball that stayed out over the plate and kind of golfed it into the right field corner. Again, this is a team that showed no power.
None.
Coming into this series, and they've done a really nice job of kind of pecking at the edges, so to speak.
Second and third, nobody out for Washington State, bottom of the 8th. Iowa leads it 4-3. Dete's first pitch, high and tight, ball 1. See Dan Wright getting loose for Iowa. Out in the bullpen. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup here. You hope that Ben can get him. 1-0 delivery. Lined into left center. This is trouble. That's down and all the way to the wall. 2 score for Washington State. They've got the lead 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th.
Fastball right out over the middle of the plate. 97 miles an hour, driven it into the gap.
It's a 2 RBI double. That'll do it for Ben. Man, oh man. 5-4 Washington State. We'll be back after this pitching change break in the bottom of the 8th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Washington State has taken its first lead of the game, and it comes late. Bottom of the 8th, 5-4 Cougars. Hawkeyes will turn to the bullpen and bring in Dan Wright, the 5th year from Sergeant Bluff.
6'9", 245 for Dan. Dan's going to get the ball up there. He's got some good stuff for the Hawks. Fastball is going to be around 90. He throws a little sinker and a cutter off that. Throws a slider, changeup as well. 2 2/3 innings for Dan this year. 3 strikeouts. Came into a hot spot in the Stetson game and did a good job of shutting it down. And boy, Iowa needs every bit of that right now.
5-4 Washington State. They've got a runner at second and nobody out. Single, double, double has given the Cougars the lead. Every game has felt different in this series. And Iowa will need to hold the Cougars here, and then it'll be Mitchell, Risley, and Wolf due up in the 9th. So some good hitters coming up for Iowa, but keep the deficit at 1.
A good spot here for Wright to attack. I mean, you've got bottom of the order here has 1 hit in 11 at-bats today. So if Wright can limit the damage, wouldn't be surprised to see Roy lay down a bunt here. Try to get that runner to third with just 1 out.
All right, here we go. Roy is the batter. Corners in for Iowa. Wright on the mound. He's ready. First pitch is bunted. Wright picks it up off the mound. Dan throws to first. It's in time. Runner advances to third on the sac bunt.
All right, now you need the strikeout. Iowa, I would guess, is going to bring the infield in. Can't imagine that. Can't imagine they'll stay back. You feel like one you can come back. 2 right now when you're hanging up singles all day doesn't feel good.
Infield in for Iowa. You're right about that, John. 5-4 Washington State in the 8th. First pitch from Dan is just off the edge away from the right-handed hitting Thiel.
I mean, he's going to be looking to uppercut swing, anything he can do to create some elevation.
Right with a long pause, the 1-0. High, ball 2. Wright's 2-0. Bloop down the first base line and fair over Wolf's head.
You have got to be kidding me.
Run scores at 6-4.
He swings at a 2-0 pitch that's 3 balls off the plate, hits it 51 miles an hour over Caleb Wolf's head.
My goodness.
I mean, if you're in normal position, you catch that, but there's no.
The Hawks could not have been in normal position there. You had to bring him in, right?
You absolutely had to. And boy, that's baseball biting Iowa again right now.
Noah Thine is the batter. Washington State up 6-4. They've hung up 3 runs. They've scored in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. They've scored the last 5 runs in this game. Iowa was up 4-1 in the 6th. Thine's a left-handed hitter, runner at first and 1 out. Wright's pitch at the letters for a ball. Short lead at first base, and Wright quickly sends it over. No luck on the pickoff attempt. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch from right. Tapped foul to the Washington State dugout.
Yeah, with Dan's height, if he does any sort of a leg kick, he's going to be slow to the plate.
Yes.
So he's going to have to, that one he did kick a little bit, but, he'll have to vary his hold times, do a little bit of a kick, do a glide step to keep the Washington State base runner off balance.
Right checks the runner, now comes set. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Got to think Washington State will stick with Hyder.
Yeah, I would assume he's got a bit of a closer feel to him.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Fine. With 1 out, the pitch from right. It hit him. He said he leaned into it. They're going to keep him in the box. The batter's going to be out for leaning into that pitch. And the base runner has to go back to first base. So an unconventional strikeout.
They are not afraid to wear it. Full credit to the Cougars for that. But look at where that pitch is on TrackMan.
It's within the horizontal boundary of the strike zone. It's very high, obviously, but
it is not touching the edge. It's not touching the border. It is clearly over the plate. So for you to get hit by that pitch, you have to go hunting for it.
Two-way for Cole Watterson. Iowa trailing all of a sudden by 2.
Feels like 10.
Yeah, and it's late. 2 outs, first pitch from right. Low and out, ball 1.
You want to get Watterson because I do not want to see Hartman until the bottom of the 9th inning.
That's right. Watterson, the 9-hitter. Hartman's been good today. Clubbed a home run, was also hit by a pitch. Hawks will have some work to do when we get to the 9th. Mitchell, Risley, and Wolf. If anybody gets on, we'll see Jackson Beeman. Hopefully after that, we'll see Dan Rogers. So a lot of potential in the Iowa lineup. Good part of the order coming up. Need to keep the deficit at 2.
Nebraska jumped on LSU early, 3-0 after 3 in the bottom of the first for Nebraska.
Good start for the Huskers. Runners going. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Swales cuts off Schulte, throws it across the diamond for the 3rd out. We'll go to the 9th. Iowa down 6-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/bestyet.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Mitchell, Risley, and Wolf with some work to do for Iowa as we get to the top of the 9th. Washington State leads it 6-4. The Hawks have been leading the whole game, but just gave up 3 runs to the Cougars in the bottom of the 8th in what is turning into just a wildly strange series down here in Texas. Really, anything that could have possibly gone wrong for Iowa this weekend, it has.
Well, I think you missed the Jacksonville series last year when we were there, and Davis Kopp gets called out to end the game by leaning over home plate, just like we just saw. That ended one of them, and there was a series of bizarre things that happened down there, and here in Claiborne, we've gone with the hold my beer theory, and it hasn't been kind to Iowa.
Hyder pitches for Washington State. Mitchell bats for Iowa. Ball 1 to Gable. Hawks down by 2. A bloop and a blast would tie us up. Feels just difficult for Iowa offensively this weekend. Gable takes low and in for ball 2.
You've got the guys to bloop and blast, though, coming up. So if you're going to do it, this is the rally portion of the equation.
2 balls, no strikes on Gable to start us off in the 9th. He takes strike 1. Off speed, outer portion of the zone. It is 2-1.
So you say.
And to think that comes in from the third base side and stays out there. Called a strike. 2-1 on Gable. Here's the pitch. Line drive caught by the third baseman. 1 away.
Well, unfortunately, that's set up by the last pitch that's called a strike, as he feels like he has to go out and get that at 2-1. It's good. It's great pitching sequence from Hyder as the ball's off the plate. He went a little bit further out and got Gable to chase it.
First pitch to Risley about took his kneecaps. Ball 1. Find a way on. Put some pressure on. The 1-0. Risley takes outside. Ball 2. So Hyder's fallen behind 2-0 on both Iowa hitters to start this 9th. See how this at bat turns out. Infield is shifted over to the left side, anticipating Risley to pull. 2-0 to Miles. Strike 1. Risley 0 for 3 today. He walked earlier. Ground ball to short here. It's knocked down by Roy. High throw to first is in time.
102 off the bat, just right at Roy. And just the Mitchell line drive right at Thiel. Thiel's the catcher.
2 outs for Caleb Wolf. Last chance for the Hawks, down by 2. Hyder, the pitcher for Washington State. First pitch to Caleb is inside. Ball 1.
Kind of thrust that knee forward. He was willing to take one for the team and bring Jackson Beeman to the plate.
Ball, no strikes on Wolf. The pitch from Hyder. Strike 1 at the knees, 1-1. See if Caleb can find his way on. Last chance for the Hawks. 1-1 is the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Cougars on the top rail and the dugout to the right. Iowa down to its last strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Fouled back to the netting. Caleb stays alive. Hyder looks in for the sign. He's got it. He comes set. 1-2 to Wolf. Ground ball up the middle. Second baseman Obenauer backhands it, throws on the run. It's not in time, and Wolf beats it out. Infield single for Caleb will bring the tying run to the plate in Jackson Beeman.
Kind of a mistake there for Hyder, as he left the fastball right in the middle of the plate. Had Wolf fooled a little bit, though, but Caleb's able to fight it off, roll it up the middle, and hustle down there. I suppose if you're looking for the guy for the Insta rally, this is the one you want at the plate if you're Iowa.
2 outs for Beeman, who already has a home run today.
Did I just see the sign of the cross out of you?
No, It would fit, but ball one outside.
I would think that they'll be very particular here and take their chances with Daniel Rogers if push comes to shove.
1 for 4 for Beeman today. The one is a big one. 1-0 pitch to Jackson. Hit high and deep to left, but that'll hook foul. He got turned around on that pitch.
And Hyder took a little bit off of it.
Fortunately so for him.
And located it exceptionally well as it was in.
1 ball, 1 strike on Beeman. The pitch from Hyder. Outside, ball 2.
Ooh. Think sequencing now, Jackson.
2-1. Hyder's pitch. Outside again, ball 3.
So we've seen 3 balls out there. In between all of that, there was 1 ball that came back inside. If this is inside, he's going to miss inside and risk hitting him as opposed to throwing a strike.
The 3-1. Low and out, ball 4. Tying run is on base for Iowa. With 2 outs, here comes Dan Rogers.
Don't be surprised if you see Andy Nelson pop out of the dugout here to run for Jackson.
Feels like that would be a good spot. It would make sense. And a mound visit here for Washington State. Top of the 9th, 2 on, 2 outs. Iowa down 2. Fighting, battling, scrapping. That has never been in question for Iowa this season, despite the losses early on.
No, that's the baseball gods continue to punch Iowa in the nose, but Iowa has done a good job of continuing to keep grinding away, trying to find that one positive.
Mound visit has concluded. Time called here for Iowa quick, and John, you were right. Here comes Andy Nelson. He'll go out to first base and run for Jackson Beeman.
So you'll put speed at first if you can get a Daniel Rogers gap. Give yourself an immediate chance to tie the game.
Andy is the tying run at first base. Wolf out there at second. Here's Dan Rogers. He's walked 3 times today.
I would take that. I would prefer a double into the right center field gap.
I agree. Hyder's first pitch to Rogers. Grounded foul, first base side.
I'm going to be really picky about it. I would prefer a souvenir for one of the Hawkeye bullpen pitchers.
There we go. Something to turn the fortune of the start to this season. Iowa's played so hard. Just not getting rewarded in any fashion yet. No balls and a strike on Rogers with 2 outs. 2 on. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Ton of room opposite field for D-Raj. Left center gap if he could find it. 1-1 from Hyder. Outside, ball 2. He's trying to bring it closer. He doesn't want to find the barrel of Rogers. Here comes the 2-1. Ground ball right side. Second baseman Obenauer juggles it, bobbles it, picks it up, and he throws out Rogers at first base. Washington State holds on and beats Iowa 6-4. The Hawkeyes with another heartbreaker down here in Texas. We'll take a break. We're back after this. It's Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Iowa falls to Washington State this afternoon 6-4, and this one was a big-time heartbreaker. The first two games were a little bit different than this one. This was a tough loss for Iowa that led 4-1 after into the sixth, and then Washington State scored the final 5 runs to win it 6-4. John Evans, your takeaways today?
They've all hurt in different ways. It's kind of the funny part of it, or the funny is a wrong word, but the thing that's bit Iowa all year, did it again today. The 11 runners left on base, 2 for 11 with 2 outs, 3 for 15 with runners on base, and 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Iowa's able to set the table. They're just not able to clear it themselves. The other team comes in and clears it for them. And free bases hurt Iowa a little bit in the one inning, but really it ended up being Washington State with showing pop that they really haven't shown all year there when they scored 3 runs. Because, again, that's the thing we kind of joked about. Iowa just can't hang up a crooked number. Coach Sutherland said it yesterday. 4 runs isn't going to win many college baseball games. What does Iowa get today? 4. And it was almost enough to win it, but not in the end.
Washington State saved all their firepower for the 8th inning with a single and then back-to-back doubles and another bloop single that brought home an insurance run to help Washington State win it 6-4. We'll take a break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Washington State wins Game 3 of this weekend series down here in Texas 6-4. Let's hear some of the highlights. All right, Ben Wilmus is in the box. He swings at the first pitch and drives it into left field. It's down for a base hit. Kicks over the left fielder's glove. He can't locate it. It's off the wall. And Wilmus, on the first pitch of the game, is in with a stand-up double. Good start. Savary's 1-1. Is hit on the ground to third. Swales picks it up, throws to second for 1, over to first. Double play! 5, 4, 3, gets 2 Cougs, and the bases are empty. Griffin Myers comes up. First pitch is hit on the ground to second. Mitchell throws it to second for 1, over to first. Got him for the double play. A run will score for Washington State. It's 1-1. Beeman swings at the first pitch. High fly ball to left center field. Center fielder going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Beeman breaks the tie in the 4th with a home run on a high fly ball to left center. First and third with 2 outs. First pitch to Wolf. He pulls a bunt down the first baseline. It's perfectly placed. He beats it out. Wilmus comes home to score. He got it by the pitcher. And the second baseman fielded it, but way too late. No play. 2-1. Right back up the middle. That'll be through into center field. Rogers gets the wave around third. Here comes the throw. It's cut off at the mound. Mitch Wood with an RBI single. And the Hawks add to their lead. It's 4-1. Ultimately, Washington State wins it 6-4. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland to give us his thoughts on today's game. Coach, heartbreaker for the Hawks.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Washington State. They did enough late in the game, and Coach Heller talks a lot about winning the last 3 innings. And really the last 2 days we haven't been able to do that. They got the big hits there and did some damage there in the 8th off Ben. And offensively we just weren't able to add much to it. We just need a big hit there. We had bases loaded with 2 outs, and certainly you don't want to live a life where you're relying on 2-out hits, but we just have gotten so few of them. And we just needed one there to kind of break it open, and we're not getting that one, and that's the tough thing, and therefore your room for errors is really low, and we talked about it yesterday, and I thought yesterday, after really looking at it, the score wasn't indicative of how we were offensively. It just didn't reflect, the at-bats and what we were doing. We just had bad luck. They lined into some outs. Today, it was just a little bit uphill, maybe not as many of those types of situations. Certainly, Gable leading off the 9th, we line out. And, on the flip side, the bottom of the 8th, they cap a ball, and we had infield in, and you couldn't throw it out there any better. But when things get rolling positively, those are the things that are happening, and when things are not going well, you don't get those types of things. And, again, it's just, offensively, again, 4 or 5 runs a game, you're just leaving yourself open to these really tough situations that are tight, and you offer yourself no room for error. So, again, the bats weren't good. They weren't bad at all. I thought we were good. We just didn't do enough with them.
What do you make of Aaron Savary's start today?
Aaron did a nice job. It's a little bit of a Barnum and Bailey act. I mean, there's a tightrope to it, with the walks, and he hits 4 guys. But man, he ends up making pitches. He gets a couple double play balls when end up being big. So you got to tip your hat. But again, it's a rough life to live. It's a little bit of a tightrope walk. But to his credit, man, he just stays confident and does a great job and makes pitches. And he did a nice job, and we were hoping to get him through the 6th there, but we didn't. And then credit to them. Ben is a guy that we depend on quite a bit, and he just doesn't get hit like that very often. The credit goes to them. I don't know. We'll have to look if they were on something or if they were getting something or if we just the execution wasn't where it needed to be. But credit to them. They did it off a guy that we have a lot of trust and faith in. And, again, we just didn't extend leads, and, they scored 4 or 5 runs in the last 3 at-bats for them. And that's a losing formula too, but we got to add runs on them when we have those opportunities.
Baseball gods have got to turn our way one of these times, huh?
Yeah,
Coach?
you figure that way, and you're just tested, your metal's tested, and you just knew you have new guys, and guys that aren't here anymore that you could rely on. And we're just searching for that a little bit, for that guy to just be, to step up and get the big hit when you need it. We had a couple really big ones. Obviously Caleb yesterday had a great game. Beeman hits the big homer here to get us back going. But we just need a little bit more production. Again, there was some bright spots and some quality at bats, but we're just not stringing them together enough, and just not getting that big, that big gapper when we have some runners on.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time today. Let's go get the last one tomorrow.
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from La Moderna Field in Cleburne, Texas. We're back to wrap things up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Washington State comes back and knocks off Iowa this evening 6-4 in the third game of the series with the Cougars. Hyder gets the win. Dete gets the loss for the Hawkeyes. We'll be back here tomorrow, first pitch at noon, to wrap up this four-game set with Washington State. Iowa will look for its first win of the weekend. Reese Buter gets the start on the mound for the Black and Gold. So our pregame coverage will go live at 11:30. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Washington State wins it 6-4. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. For my great board op down the line, Michael, great job as always. Thank you very much. My great color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Cleburne, Texas, where the Hawkeyes fall 6-4 today. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.